A very good evening to you all then, and welcome along to Transfer Deadline Day live. It's the final few hours here on the commentary, also live on the commentary up to JB Sports, Focus on Football, Storm FM, and my very own personal Twitch channel as well. Very good evening to you all. I'm Russ Vernon, and I will guide you through the last few hours here on Deadline Day. Be interested to see who fetches who in on Deadline Day to see how many deals get done between now and the 11 o'clock deadline. And just before we fetch on my special guest who's with us this evening, which you can see there, it is Paul James. But just before we do fetch Paul in, guys, let me just fetch you this in here from Sky. Show you that here. We have got 3 hours 54 minutes and around about 15 seconds left on Transfer Deadline Day in what's going to be a very busy final few hours here on Transfer Deadline Day. Like I said, alongside me to guide me through these next few hours, to help us along with these next few hours, it's none other than my good friend. He's with us today again. It's Paul James. How are you doing, Paul?
Hi, Ross. How are you? Hi, everybody. Breaking news to start off with.
Yes, and I'll just, before you get into that breaking news, let me just flash up on the screen here then for our listeners, and I can bring it up on the screen as you read it out as well. Also, just bear with us here in just a second as we can bring it up on screen with the breaking news story there. If I just zoom in so people can read it here as you read it out here, Paul. If you'd like to read it out now then, Paul.
Manchester United have signed 18-year-old midfielder Sekou Kone from Malian club Guiders FC. The Mali Youth International will link up with Manchester United's academy. That's the latest coming out of Old Trafford. Also, Rangers have signed Feyenoord defender, if I can pronounce this right, Neriasho Kasawinro, on loan from Feyenoord, and it's put with an option to make the move permanent next summer. So you're right up to date. On Transfer Deadline Day, Arsenal news. As the Arsenal correspondent, I feel I need to mention this. 4 unnamed clubs are interested in signing Arsenal winger Reece Nelson. It is thought, though, that the departure of the 24-year-old would only be on loan for the time being, at least. No further addition on Neto, Arsenal fans. It's been told to have been done by a number of different sources, including Fabrizio Romano. So I would assume that it has been done, but there has been no official announcement coming out of the Emirates as of yet.
Thank you very much there, Paul. We're back. We'll keep Paul with us and we'll keep you up to date with any news, I guess, broken this evening as well. Just a little bit more news as well, and I can tell you this is coming in from QPR and Nuxel Ryback. This has just been announced in the last few minutes. No breaking news for this one. This has been announced just before we came on air, as well as you can see there on the screen. Nuxel Ryback, Harrison Ashby has joined QPR on loan for the rest of the season. He signs it on Deadline Day as QPR get ready to face Luton Town in the Championship this evening. We'll keep you up to date with that scoreline as we get any updates there in the Championship action tonight. As you can see there, Leicester City are showing late interest in Crystal Palace forward Odsonne Edouard, and the move may hinge on Palace's prospective signing of Arsenal striker Eddie Nketiah. Nketiah is expected to move to Selhurst Park on a 6-year deal before the 11 o'clock deadline this evening. Nabil Fekir, who nearly joined Liverpool in 2018, has left Real Betis as well. He has joined UAE club Al Jazeera. There he was part of the 2018 World Cup winner squad for Real Betis, Nabil Fekir, and he scored 29 goals in 165 games for the La Liga side. So there's just some more bits of news to bring you there as we bring you all of the latest news here on Deadline Day this evening. No better way to start than by touching upon the transfer saga, shall we call it, and that is Jadon Sancho, should I say. Jadon Sancho linked with Chelsea, potential loan deal there. Two options on the table for Jadon Sancho, one with a buy option clause, one with an obligation to buy. Paul, just looking at that deal, do you think that could be a potential good deal for Jadon Sancho? Should he get done it from by the Stamford Bridge outfit?
Well, for Jadon Sancho, it might work out very well. I'm not so sure for Manchester United. I don't know if they want to be selling a player like Jadon Sancho to perhaps a competitor who could end up chasing them for a Champions League spot. To be honest with you, I'm not sure that's very smart at all. But it's possibly a good move for Jadon Sancho, a refreshing reset. He's not had a great time at Manchester United. So it'd be very interesting to see how he gets on at Stamford Bridge. And if Chelsea are able to add Osimhen as well to their lineup, they could make a serious run this year.
Yes, absolutely. One player who could be leaving Chelsea is striker Emmanuel Broya. He thought the loan deal for Ipswich Town broke down last week over an issue with Broya's medicals after being told he looks likely to be out until October. However, Ipswich Town are in advanced talks to try and finalise that deal and get that deal over the line. It's expected to be a loan which would become obligation to buy should certain thresholds are met by Ipswich Town and Amanda Broya there. Coming a bit of news there to you as well. 3 hours, 48 minutes and 20 seconds left here on Transfer Deadline Day as we bring you all of the big news, breaking news stories that break today. Burnley just nipping into the Championship. Burnley have signed star midfielder Josh Loren on a 2-year deal. The Clouds retain the option to extend the 29-year-old's deal by a further 12 months there as well. So Josh Loren coming into Turf Moor. So a bit of breaking news there for some Burnley fans to tell you all about that came in just before we went on air. Southampton, they got promoted to the Premier League last season and they look set to extend their squad size with the loan signing of West Ham's Maxwell Cornet on a season-long loan. This left-sided player is currently undergoing the medical with Southampton. They have a respective move there to the St Mary's outfit from West Ham United. Everton, they have signed from a Nottingham Forest midfielder from Olympique Lyonnais, Oriel Mangala. He has signed a season-long loan deal there to come back to the Premier League and come to Everton this time around. We'll keep you bang up today with any of the news stories that break this evening. We'll keep you today with all of the Deadline Day deals. Just a quick start to tell our listeners about Paul, and I'm not sure if this one that you have seen as well, which I noticed a little bit earlier on, which may make you open your eyes a little bit, and we'll get some more news in just a moment. If we look at the signings from Premier League clubs on Deadline Day, and this I saw a little bit earlier on, and this was a 6:15 this evening, Paul. And in 2024, Premier League clubs have spent £35.3 million on Deadline Day this summer. I want to ask you, Paul, a question, see if you know the answer. Can you remember how much was spent on Deadline Day last year in the summer Deadline Day?
I'm not sure. I think the total amount in the window was like something ludicrous, like almost £2.5 billion or something. But I'm not sure how much was spent on just the one day last summer. You might have to give me the answer to that one.
I can tell you it was £211 million last summer. So it's quite a while for that to be broken here on Transfer Deadline Day this time around. When it first started, this was from summer of 2016. It was 89.5 million, 126 million in 2017, 98.8 million in 2018, 169 million in 2019, 103.9 million in 2020. In 2021, 167.6 million pounds. 2022 was 179.5 million. Last summer, 211 million, and currently, as of 5:45 this evening, 35.3 million pounds, and that's at 5:45 UK time this evening. Then we can bring you some more breaking news here in Rangers. So if I just bring you up the breaking news tab here to tell you about, guys, and I can bring you that Rangers are working on a £4 million deal, which is around about £3.4 million, to sign Albanian midfielder Nejim Najarime on deadline day. The 25-year-old currently plays for Sassuolo in Serie B and was part of Albania's squad at Euro 2024, scoring the fastest goal in the tournament, Paul, if you remember, after just 20 seconds against Italy. Paul Clement, Philippe Clement's side have already added his 10th summer signing, as Paul mentioned earlier, with Feyenoord defender Nishiro Kazuraro on a season-long loan deal to Ibrox, and Rangers look set to add another person to their ranks. We'll keep you bang up to date. We've got 3 hours, 43 minutes, and less than 30 seconds to go on a transfer deadline day. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening on deadline day. I mean, get any news that breaks, as soon as it breaks, we'll bring you to you here first on Transfer Deadline Day Live. You're listening to us here. We're live across these platforms tonight. We're across the Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports, Focus on Football, Storm FM, and my very own personal Twitch channel this evening.
Breaking news on Chelsea. This is a big one.
We have got some breaking news on Chelsea, and to give us that breaking news on Chelsea, Paul, what have you got for us?
Well, it's decided that Chelsea can't compete with Tony, and a wage Osherman's being offered from Saudi Arabia. Chelsea have been pushing hard to try to get him, but the stumbling block has been wages. We know Osherman has this incredible offer from the Saudi of wages of, listen to this, folks, £650,000 per week and no tax. There's no way Chelsea could get close to that figure. So it does look like that the Osherman deal is off for Chelsea. I'm not sure you'd want to sign a player that would make demands like that. I don't care how good he is.
Same here, Paul. I'm really interested to see if any other club decide to come in for him there as well. So we'll keep you bang up today with any of all those breaking news stories as and when we can get them here on Transfer Deadline Day. This, can bring you some breaking news stories all the time. We'll tell you about here, and some breaking news part here. It looked earlier on today that Newcastle United were exploring a big money move for Nottingham Forest winger Anthony Elanga. However, I am now being reliably informed that it's now looking highly unlikely for Newcastle to sign Anthony Elanga due to being late in the day for Nottingham Forest to source a replacement. Newcastle interest was serious, a bleak end to a frustrating window for Eddie Howe. They've not been able to get their players in, Paul, that they wanted to get in. They wanted Anthony Elanga on deadline day, wasn't able to get that one over the line. What do you think Newcastle United will be doing now to try and rectify what's looking like a bad end to a window this summer?
Well, they've not exactly, for themselves, they've not exactly been so consistent towards the end of last season. And the pressure is on Eddie Howe. Newcastle fans are going to want to see they've got rich backers. Newcastle are going to want to see some spending in this transfer window. and on this deadline day, and it's so far not going very well for Eddie Howe, is it?
No, it is not, Paul. It is not indeed. And we have got some more breaking news to tell you right now. And I can tell you the news is coming in from Arsenal. And I can tell you that Neto to Arsenal, I am reliably informed, Paul, so you'll be interested to hear this. Neto to Arsenal is signed and sealed in the last few minutes. Official announcement to come. Well, I understand that Neto is an Arsenal player, with the official announcement to be made by Arsenal shortly. Coming in from Alex Krupp. He says Neto to Arsenal, signed and sealed in the last few minutes.
It's a season-long loan, is it? That was mostly what we were talking about.
Yes, season-long loan for Neto. No option or no obligation to buy. Straightforward loan deal for Neto to the Emirates to be back up to David Raya to replace the outgoing, who's already left, Aaron Ramsdale as well.
£18 million to Southampton.
Yes, that deal for Southampton could rise to £25 million. Breaking news from Fabrizio Romano to tell you about, and Fabio Silva of Wolverhampton Wanderers is set to join Las Palmas in La Liga. The deal has been agreed with Wolves. It's going to be a loan deal to the end of the season with no option to buy or obligation to buy, I am told. Las Palmas, who Fabio Silva is going to be joining, played out a 1-1 draw against Real Madrid yesterday, Paul, and get this, kept out Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe went to Real Madrid this summer and is yet to score in his opening few matches for one of the biggest sides in La Liga there. So I didn't score yesterday for Las Palmas, so there's some more bit of news coming in here to you as we speak right now. So there's just more breaking news, and we will get news all the time between now and 11 o'clock. Maybe even get some after the 11 o'clock deadline as well. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. You're listening and watching the commentary up. This is a Transfer Deadline Day special. Transfer Deadline Day Live is a final few hours. Join us again short in a few moments' time as we bring you more Deadline Day breaking news stories and stories which will whet your appetite for more news to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Transfer Deadline Day live here on the commentary. We're also live on the commentary to JB Sports, Focus on Football, Storm FM, and my very own personal Twitch channel this evening as well. Welcome along to the Transfer Deadline Day live show then. And while we was away, we got some of this breaking news coming out of League One to tell you about, and also it comes out of Birmingham City. And Birmingham City have agreed personal terms with Jay Stanfield in the other of completing a £10 million transfer from Fulham before the 11 o'clock deadline. Sky Sports News has been told there's been a broad agreement on a fee for the striker, which would smash the previous record for a League One transfer. Discussions now focused on the structure of the payments, where one source has told Sky Sports News Fulham are considering possible replacements for Stansfield, which may hold up the deal. However, we've got some more breaking news, which we're going to leave the breaking news tab in the bottom corner of our screens there. And the breaking news comes from Crystal Palace, and we are told that Crystal Palace have reached an agreement with Chelsea to sign Trevor Chalobah. Deal for the versatile 25-year-old defender, straight season-long loan, no option or obligation to buy next summer. Transfer includes a loan fee from Crystal Palace to Chelsea for Trevor Chalobah to go to Chelsea, from Chelsea to Crystal Palace. So Crystal Palace have agreed a loan deal to sign Trevor Chalobah from Chelsea. The versatile 25-year-old defender goes on a straight season-long loan with no option or obligation to buy for the Eagles there, which is a good piece of news for Crystal Palace. They're managing to get yet another player over the line. Land news just reaches in the last few minutes. We have got, and I can tell you how long we have got left here, guys, on Transfer Deadline Day. And Paul, what I can say is there's no long left to go on Transfer Deadline Day. I can tell our listeners right now that we have got left on Transfer Deadline Day window. We have got 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds left on Transfer Deadline Day. That is all we've got left on Transfer Deadline Day. Makes us wait and see if we've got anybody coming in over the line in the next few hours. Less than 3.5 hours to go, more than 3.5 hours to go at this moment in time. Will there be another deal done over the line between now and the 11 o'clock deadline? If you do see any transfer news of your own or want to talk about some of your team's transfer business like you've done in this summer, please do let us know your thoughts on your club's window so far and give it a rating out of 10. We want to hear from you the name of the club and the rating 1 to 10 on Transfer Deadline Day as we bring you the latest news on Deadline Day, as we bring you the Deadline Day news. As we see, Leeds earlier today signed Al Tanaka from Fortuna Dusseldorf on a 4-year deal. Leeds hoping to sign Isaac Schmidt, the fullback from St. Gallen, after he travelled in for a medical earlier today after playing for St. Gallen yesterday in the Europa Conference League tie away to Trabzonspor in Turkey last night, scoring in what would be his final appearance should that deal get done in the end there for Leeds United. Well then, Paul, let me just bring you back in here in the moment. And just ask you for your thoughts on the transfer window as a whole for Arsenal, first of all, Paul. What do you make to Arsenal's business that they've done so far this window, and with the players set to go out as well, with Nketiah set to go out and potentially could go out if that deal gets finalised in the end? What should be your thoughts on the window so far?
Well, first of all, the outgoings. Losing Emil Smith-Rowe, Aaron Ramsdale, I think are pretty they're pretty big blows for Arsenal. I can understand they wanted to join, they wanted to play first team football, so I get that. Reece Nelson, okay, and Eddie Nketiah. As much as I really like Eddie Nketiah, I totally understand why he needs to go. The NATO deal looks like it's going to be announced very, very soon to bring in a backup goalkeeper, which is kind of important, I think, right now. But to be honest with you, I think the players that have come in, Ricardo Calafiori, Mikel Moreno, who was unfortunate enough to injure his shoulder, that's a big blow. But they've got him for 32 million. He's going to be out for a few weeks, as I understand. They've secured the permanent signing of David Raya. So that's, in my opinion, good additions. A major glaring problem for Arsenal in this transfer window has been the lack of a striker. I think from what I've heard and on the Arsenal discussion boards, and I've found that most Arsenal fans really believe that a striker is needed at the Emirates, and it does not look like they're going to bring that in. If I was to rate Arsenal's transfer window out of 10, I would give it a 7.
Thank you very much there, Paul. Some breaking news just in right now coming out of Crystal Palace. So this is news coming out of Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace have completed the signing of Wolfsburg centre-back Maxime Lacroix on a 5-year deal. The Eagles will pay initial 18 million for the 24-year-old with add-ons, taking the potential transfer to 21 million pounds. Lacroix spent a season working under Palace boss Oliver Glasner at Wolfsburg as well, and he now comes in to Crystal Palace. And Oliver Glasner confirmed earlier today that Margay, as I thought, will be staying at Selhurst Park and will not be moving on this summer. Salford City have announced that the 19-year-old forward Francis Onwuekwu has joined from Everton. He joined Everton from Sunderland in 2021, but he's now gone out on loan to Salford City this evening as well. And I can tell you, if you're Leicester City fans and you're watching this, I can let you know that Odsonne Edouard of Crystal Palace is about to undergo a medical at Leicester City's Seagrave training ground right now, ahead of a potential move to the King Power Stadium. That move all hinges on whether Crystal Palace managed to get over the line Eddie Nketiah from Arsenal. So just 2 bits of breaking news stories there as we bring you up to date here on what is going to be a very busy end to your Transfer Deadline Day stream. Thank you very much. And Transfer Deadline Day as well. We'll be with you right the way through to the close of the window and beyond, be till around about 20 past 11 this evening. And we've got some more breaking news to tell you about right now, and it involves the man who we were speaking about briefly earlier, Paul, Raheem Sterling. Maybe late developments with Raheem Sterling. And I can tell you, as sources close to the England international indicate, talks are ongoing between Chelsea and Arsenal of a potential loan deal. Still no direct talks between Sterling and any club, but he would be open to reuniting with Mikel Arteta, I can tell you. And Paul, if Arsenal managed to get in Raheem Sterling over the line, do you think that could be a good move for both parties and potentially having a bit more backup with can play in that forward line with Gabriel Jesus potentially being injured, along with Trossard and Kai Havertz, and can also provide an option on either flank as well? Sterling. Paul, we can't hear you. You've got a big technical
Yeah, it
problem.
looks like I'm muted. Sorry. It's that would be a pretty decent signing. Things are changing all the time on the window because earlier on it was stated that Arsenal were not going to be going for a striker, in fact. But so maybe if they are able to get a last-minute deal done for Raheem Sterling, I think that would really be a good signing, as he can play anywhere really across the front line. And I think he would be just what Arsenal are looking for. So I would personally think that would be a pretty decent deal.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. Keep you bang up to date with any news there, just to keep you about. With regards to the 4 clubs after Reece Nelson, we are getting no names as things stand right now. However, as I mentioned a few moments ago, Leicester City fans, if you're listening to this, also Edward, the Crystal Palace striker, is about to start his medical at Seagrave ahead of his move to the Foxes. He could be heading in to the King Power Stadium this afternoon. Like I said, championship action tonight, Luton Town taking on Queen's Park Rangers. We'll keep you up to date with that one. QPR played Luton in midweek in the Carabao Cup at home. He finished 1-1 with QPR progressing on penalties in that game, and a cracking goal from Luton Town to open the scoring in that occasion. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with any transfer news as and when we get it in this deadline day transfer stream this evening. Russ Vernon guiding you through between now and 11 o'clock here for the final few hours on transfer deadline day. You can catch me on LFS from 5 o'clock for around about 50 minutes or so over there with Kieran discussing all the news over there. If you want to find, if you search for them on Twitter, LFS, or X is now known as, just search for LF Streams 2, and you can go across there and check out my thoughts on some of the big news topics that we spoke about earlier on transfer deadline day from 5 until 7, from 5 until 6 o'clock this evening. Then we'll keep you bang up to date with that one. We'll keep you up to date with all of the transfer news as it happens as well, right here until 11 o'clock. 3 hours, 22 minutes and 44 seconds left on transfer deadline day. Who made late moves there, and I can tell you the news, which have some breaking news just coming into us from Southampton right now. And I can tell you that Southampton are working on a loan deal for Dundee United forward Rory McLeod. It's understood the offer includes an option to buy clause for £150,000 there. If that gets done, we'll let you know here on transfer deadline day news. Leeds fans are probably waiting to see if Alex Schmidt is coming in to Elland Road. What I can say to you guys is, if that deal is to get done, Leeds will probably it's probably been done already. He flew in for his medical earlier today. He's probably done his medical, probably done his paperwork, done his done his interview ahead of the release, speaking to the club's media. Leeds are probably holding off on that news till they announce it a bit later on, due to the fact that the Leeds under-21 side are in action against Crystal Palace this evening, which is currently 0-0 after 38 minutes on the clock in Premier League 2 there, which is taking place at the LNER Community Stadium, which is the home of York City there as well. That's one of the grounds our Leeds United do play their home games at in the transfer deadline day here. And I can see all of the transfer deadline day, all the summer Premier League outgoings already, Paul. And just want to ask you, Paul, a question here. I'm going to give you 3 players who have moved clubs and where they've moved from. I won't want to know where they've gone to, but I want to know, out of these 3 players you think went for the most money in this summer transfer window, and see if you can get it right. That news, Paul, is, well, the players are Julian Alvarez, Dominic Solanke, or Pedro Neto. Which one of those 3 do you think was the highest paid outgoing for a Premier League player? Paul, microphone?
I am muted again. I'm sorry, I've got it here. Julian Alvarez for £82 million, I believe, was the number one.
Correct. Then it was Dominic Solanke for £65 million. Pedro Neto cost £54 million. It'd be interesting, Paul, if we can go all the way down to page 100. If I can, I'm going all the way to page, well, it doesn't go that far. So the last one that's on there is Tommy Doyle from Man City, which went on a free transfer there. Should be interesting, that one. There are quite a few on zero in that there. So the highest was Julian Alvarez, for those who are just joining us, for £82 million. He's the biggest sold player this transfer window so far. We've got 3 hours, 18 minutes left on transfer deadline day. Where will Chelsea's Emmanuel Broja be playing his football next season? Will Ivan Toney finalise his move to Saudi Arabia this evening to Al Ahly for £40 million? Had to fly out to Saudi with his family later this evening. Will Raheem Sterling join Arsenal on deadline day? And who else will come in to your club on transfer deadline day? Make sure you stay tuned into us. We're back in a couple of minutes on this brilliant transfer deadline day stream. Welcome back to the transfer deadline day special. 3 hours, 15 minutes and 45 seconds left on transfer deadline day. Will we see any more outgoings, and who will be the biggest transfer mover of the day this evening? We'll keep you up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day this evening, and we'll bring you bang up to date with everything that happens. And I can tell you that Trevor Chalobah, who is joining Crystal Palace on loan for the season from Chelsea, Australia, no option, no obligation, he is having his medical at Crystal Palace this evening. So it'll be interesting to see whether that deal manages to get over the line in the end. Then we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on Transfer Deadline Day live stream this evening, as we keep you up to date on this Transfer Deadline Day in the end. Carney Chukwuemeka's move to West Ham looks difficult to pull off. Chelsea and Amazon remain in contact over the deal for Chukwuemeka and other fringe players, with time quickly running out to get rid of Carney Chukwuemeka there in that one, and we can keep you bang up to date with any more news as it happens here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date with that one and let you know any news on that one as and when we get in. We can keep you bang up to date with the football this evening in the Championship. We are getting some breaking news very shortly coming from Chelsea. We'll keep you bang up to date with that news as soon as we get it. We can keep you up to date on everything that goes off here on Transfer Deadline, and we'll across it all as we bring you all up to date with that news there. A bit of breaking news here as well. We got in Jadon Sancho, so we'll keep you up to date with the breaking news. We got in Jadon Sancho news potentially going to Chelsea, and there's still no agreement between Manchester United and Chelsea about the deal for Jadon Sancho. Both teams remain in contact to find a solution. Negotiations are ongoing, and this is a key part of the deal. Jadon Sancho wants the move to Chelsea. Jadon Sancho wants the deal to happen, but there's no agreement in place yet between the two clubs, Chelsea and Manchester United. Speaking on that then, Paul, if I were to ask you then, do you think Jadon Sancho does get his move to Chelsea, or does he not?
Well, I mean, these days it's hard to keep players if they want to leave, isn't it? There's not really much you can do about it. But Manchester United would not want him to go to a team that could potentially be challenging them for a Champions League place this season. I don't think it's a smart move. If from Manchester United's perspective, they may be able to they may not be able to do much about it. However, but I don't think that's a smart move from United's perspective.
It'll be interesting to see, Paul, whether that deal gets over the line. Some more breaking news coming out of Chelsea as well this evening as we speak right now. Chelsea have not walked away from a deal for striker Victor Osimhen, and wait to hear if a deal can be processed before the 11 o'clock deadline. Chelsea is still keen to complete a deal for the Napoli striker, but is being held up by discussions over incentives in Osimhen's contract. Chelsea are out of the race, signed striker Ivan Toney, who Chelsea expect to move to Al Hilal. Chelsea's move for Jadon Sancho is now up to Manchester United and the winger. Chelsea have made loan bids with an obligation and the option to buy, while news on Raheem Sterling is that his future remains unclear. Chelsea in talks with several interested clubs over the winger, with Arsenal remaining an attractive destination. He's already said he would be open to the move to the Gunners as well. So we'll keep you up to date on that one as we bring you more Transfer Deadline Day swoops as well. Be more on Ivan Toney to Chelsea. This has come from Sky Sports News chief correspondent Kaveh Solokol, who says Ivan Toney to Chelsea is a total non-winner. He's been told Chelsea are definitely out of the race, signed the Brentford striker, and they fully expect him to join Al Hilal in the Saudi Arabian Pro League. And as I mentioned earlier, Crystal Palace have agreed a deal with Chelsea to sign defender Trevor Chalobah on a season-long loan. The move does not include an option or an obligation to buy. He's been trained away from Chelsea's first-team squad, as he is not part of Enzo Maresca's plans at Stamford Bridge this transfer window. It'd be interesting to see whether any more deals get done at the very last minute. Be interesting to see what happens with the likes of Osimhen. Does he get his move to Chelsea, or will he not go to Chelsea? I can tell you, if Wolves fans, if you are tuned in right now, Wolves fans, you will be very interested to know some news here, as I am just about to reveal to you in a second right now a bit of news to tell you about, which will be good news regarding Carlos Forbes, who is set to come in to Wolverhampton Wanderers, and I can bring you this exclusive image which I've just seen here. This is like exclusive image which I can bring you here now on Transfer Deadline Day. There he is, Carlos Forbes, on his way to Wolves for his medical. He's joining from Ajax. He's on his private jet on his way in to Wolverhampton Wanderers to join from Ajax. He's coming in for his medical, and there is Carlos Forbes, who is set to join Wolverhampton Wanderers on this transfer deadline day. So there's the breaking news regarding Carlos Forbes. He is on his way to England to complete his move from Ajax to Wolverhampton Wanderers as well. Bit of news coming out of Ipswich Town, and they're continuing to work on signing a striker before the 11 o'clock deadline. Talks ongoing with Chelsea of reviving the deal for Emmanuel Broya, but a sticking point remains the 30 million obligation to buy that the Blues are seeking in the loan deal. The striker is said to be sidelined for a couple of months with injury. Should the deal for Broya prove too difficult to negotiate, Ipswich have not without moving for other forwards. Kieran McKenna and Chairman Mark Ashton are still at the training ground assessing their options as they anticipate a late night. So Kieran McKenna and Ipswich Town Chairman Mark Ashton are still at their club training ground. This, and we'll keep you bang up to date with any news on any deals as and when we get them. We can keep you bang up to date here on Transfer Deadline Day. We are closing in on the final 3 hours of Deadline Day news. 3 hours and 7 minutes left of the Transfer Deadline Day. Just a bit of breaking news, and you may recall me mentioning that Dundee captain Luke McGowan were interested with of the interest of Celtic. Hibernian had made a bid already, and that had been turned down. Ibs have gone back in with another bid, this time of around £800,000 for the Dundee captain Luke McGowan. But the move would have set a new transfer record for the East Road side. However, Dundee have rejected the offer there. So there's some more breaking news this time coming out of Scotland. We'll keep you bang up to date with all the deals as things happen, as and when we get the news. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with that one as we can see if any more deals go through. We can tell you that Orson Edward on his way to Leicester. Well, he's at Leicester right now for medical. And Todd Canwell, I can tell you, he's undergoing the medical at Blackburn Rovers. Had a proposed permanent transfer from Rangers. He joined Rangers from Norwich City, but he's now set to come back to the Championship. Kingsley Coman, who was wanted by Arsenal, he's set to stay at Bayern Munich. And Paul, you touched on Arsenal's transfer window earlier. Another club they follow closely is Bayern Munich. Do you think Kingsley, if he, I know it looks like he's going to be staying at Bayern Munich now, and at least for this window anyway. Do you think if Kingsley Coman comes to the Premier League, say either in January or next summer, do you think he'd be a good addition to the top flight of English football, Paul, from what you've seen of him?
He's very quick and he's capable of scoring goals. But is he good enough for the Premier League? I don't know. I'm honestly not hugely disappointed that he's not coming to Arsenal. I don't think it would be a significant impact in the Premier League.
Okie dokie, thank you very much there, Paul. 3 hours, 4 minutes left on transfer deadline day. We will take another quick break in just a moment. Well, Paul, before we do take that break, just want to come back to you. And you touched on Arsenal's transfer window earlier. Another team that you follow closely is Burnley. They take on Blackburn Rovers tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 kick-off. Can you coverage of that over on JB Sports? Well, Paul, we have a question to you. Looking at Burnley's transfer, what do you make to Burnley's transfer window, and what would you rate it so far?
Well,
because before you go there, I know our good friend JB has done plenty of rant videos regarding the Burnley situation there. What do you make to the situation?
I agree with him. I've agreed with every single one of them, and I totally agree with him. It's been a circus. It's just been outgoing after outgoing after outgoing after outgoing. Now, they've brought in some players. They've brought in Sarmiento. That's a decent signing in my mind. Jadon Anthony, well, he did well under Scott Parker, but I don't know how good he's going to do this time. You say that he's not a particularly quality player in the Championship. We also have Lauren that's just joined from Stoke, as well as some additional other players that have joined over a period of time. They have not replaced the striking situation. What our options are currently Lyle Foster, who frankly was the only Burnley player that didn't go over to the Burnley fans, well-travelled they were, to go down to Wolves on the Wednesday night. And he offered no applause, nothing, whereas the rest of the Burnley team did. So I'm not sure about his wanting to be here. Jay Rodriguez, I'll always love Jay Rodriguez, but he's at a point now where I'm sorry, Burnley fans, but he's over the hill. They need a striker. They need additional backup in midfield. My opinion is they need at least another 4 today, which includes a striker. It doesn't look like they're going to get that. And with the outgoings, the most I can give Burnley's transfer window is a 3.
And what I would say to that, Paul, is I think JB would probably agree with your rating there as well for Burnley's transfer window. I would have to say there, in my opinion. What we'll do then, we'll take a quick break. But before we do take that quick break, we're just going to bring you some breaking news, which we have just received just before we do go for that break. And that breaking news comes from Fabrizio Romano and Billy Gilmore to Napoli. Here we go, he says. After an improved bid today and player asking to leave, green light arrives from Brighton. Napoli improved proposal, initially 30 million euros, and Billy only wanted to join them. There's specific request to club. Verbal agreement in place. He is now having a medical ahead of his move to Napoli. So Billy Gilmore potentially on the verge of going to Serie A. Then we'll keep you bang up to date with that one there. Bit of breaking news as well from Fabrizio Romano. Raheem Sterling has opened the door to an Arsenal move, even on loan. It's completely up to Arsenal now after they were offered this option earlier today. We'll bring you more breaking news as and when we get it. Paul, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I was just going to touch on that, Ross. Arsenal are exploring the possibility of a loan deal for Chelsea's Raheem Sterling. It's progress is being made towards a deal, with the Gunners being seen as an attractive destination for the forward. So this may actually happen, and I would actually be quite pleased with that.
Yes, I think that would be a good move for Arsenal if that one does get over the line. We'll be back in a minute or two to keep you bang up to date with the remainder of the transfer deadline day, as we have got just 3 hours left to go on transfer deadline day. Don't go anywhere. You're joining us here on Sky Sports, not Sky Sports, on the Commentary Hub and all our partner platforms. Welcome back here to your transfer deadline day special. It's the final hours, and we are into the final few hours here on transfer deadline day news. I can bring you some breaking news from Napoli right now. And the news from Napoli just in is that they have announced the signing of Scott McTominay from Manchester United. They post, Scott is proud to be one of us, proud to be Napoli. Forza Napoli Impera. Welcome McTominay, as Napoli completed the signing of Scott McTominay from Manchester United. That deal has just gone through and just been confirmed now that Napoli have announced the signing of Scott McTominay here on transfer deadline day. We have got some more breaking news, and this time it's coming out of Brighton. And Paul James can tell us the news there. Paul.
Well, the Brighton midfielder Mahmoud Dahoud has joined Eintracht Frankfurt for an undisclosed fee. The 28-year-old joined Brighton on a free transfer from Borussia Dortmund last summer, but made only 14 appearances and spent the second half of last season on loan at Stuttgart. But this is a return to the Bundesliga for Mahmoud Dahoud.
Thank you very much there, Paul. So Dahoud leaving Brighton there to go to Eintracht Frankfurt as well. Keep you bang up to date with all of the other breaking transfer news stories as we can keep you up to date. Been more on that Scott McTominay news, and I can bring you some more breaking news there in the Manchester Evening News, which is a local paper in Manchester, covered by the, as you could probably tell from the title of it, Manchester Evening News. Their journalist George Smith has just tweeted out, Napoli confirmed the signing of Scott McTominay from Manchester United. Understood, the deal is a fee rising to 30 million. Good deal for Manchester United in his opinion, with 1 year left on his contract. Always gave it his all and was at the centre of some memorable moments for Manchester United. Cardiff City have just announced the signing of Rocco Simic. The centre forward has agreed a 4-year deal. Simic signing comes with the club's long-term recruitment strategy in mind. It will surely go out on loan for the 24-25 campaign. So there is some of that bit of news there for you. There, just keeping you bang up to date with all of that news there as well. We can keep you bang up to date as well. Scott McTominay, I'm just seeing a picture of him signing his Napoli contract, sat in the middle of the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona after the deal was confirmed and completed after he joined Napoli from Manchester United this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with more transfer news as and when we get it. We've got some breaking news coming up here out of Nottingham Forest, I am being told. And what is the news that we've got there? Let's cross live to our reporter was keeping up to date to that one. He's Ali Emirates for us right now, and as you can see there, Paul James is standing by. He's got the news on Forest for us. Paul, what have you got for us?
Well, Benfica defender Morato has passed a medical at Forest and ahead of a £50 million move to the City ground. And Morato is expected to sign his Forest deal ahead of Friday's 11 p.m. deadline. Also, some news on what Arteta has said about Raheem Sterling. It's described his time working with Raheem Sterling of exceptional, and he was considered to be, quote, end quote, unbelievable. So definitely a strong link there now between Sterling and Arteta. We'll wait and see, Arsenal fans. Keep your eyes on the screen.
Yes, keep your eyes on the screen as we could see a potential deal for Raheem Sterling to be done here on transfer deadline day as we guide you through the final few hours, 2 hours, 50 minutes and 50 seconds left on transfer deadline day. We've got a bit more news here on Raheem Sterling, which I'm just seeing here, but we'll fetch in our Arsenal correspondent Paul James to tell us that bit of breaking news on Raheem Sterling and Arsenal. Paul.
Yeah, this is from Sky Sports News chief reporter Kave Solekol. I apologise to Kave if I pronounced his name wrong. Raheem Sterling is not just motivated by money. That's why he was never going to move to Saudi Arabia or the Scottish Premiership. Arsenal is an attractive destination for him, a model club, challenging for titles in the Champions League. And really importantly, Raheem Sterling's family are settled in London. Now the proposal has been put to him, and it's one he is seriously considering. I've had a message in the last few minutes saying talks are at an advanced and real progress is being made. Someone on the other end of the deal felt Raheem was going to make this move away from Chelsea. He's still 29, feels he still has a lot to offer the game, and he wants to get back to playing his best at the highest level again. His ultimate ambition is to win some trophies and get his England squad place back. That is great news for Arsenal fans. Great news for Raheem Sterling. It's a good opportunity for him as well. This does look like it's happening.
That news does look like it's happening. Thank you very much there, Paul. James will be back once we get any more breaking news stories. We'll bring you that news there as we keep you bang up to date on what is happening here on transfer deadline day. Will we see Raheem Sterling join Arsenal from Chelsea? Carver Solakol with that update there from Sky Sports chief news reporter on Sky Sports News, Carver Solakol, with that bit of information which Paul has just read out here regarding Raheem Sterling. I'd be interested to see if the deal gets done in before the 11 o'clock deadline. However, if a deal has been agreed and it's going to be put into the and it's still being sorted out, just the final paperwork and stuff is being sorted out. If you put in a deal sheet, you can get the deal done by midnight. So the deal, even though the window closes at 11, if you put a deal sheet in, you've got an hour after the window's closed to get those deals completed. And I'd be interested to see whether that deal does get happened in the end. Just a quick breakaway from the transfers. I'll just give you a quick update. In the Championship this evening is almost 11 minutes old. There is Luton Town 0, QPR 0 in the Championship. We'll keep you up to date with that game throughout the evening and let you know the result of the Championship clash this evening as QPR at kind of through this scoreline currently standing at Luton Town 0, QPR 0 in the Championship this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with any more breaking news stories as and when we get it. A bit of breaking news here from Sky Sports reporter Daniel Kahn regarding the Ajax winger Carlos Forbes, who I showed you a photo of a few moments ago that he was on his way to Wolves for a medical move from Ajax. I can tell you, Carlos Forbes has landed in England ahead of his move to Wolves. The Ajax winger is set to undergo a medical, and it's all on track for the deal to be completed before the 11 p.m. deadline this evening. 2 hours 46 minutes and 43 seconds left there. Sheffield United, they've just lost a defender as well. Some breaking news coming out of Scotland. Austin Trusty has signed a 5-year deal subject to international clearance at Parkhead and has joined Celtic from Sheffield United. That deal has been done this evening for Austin Trusty to join Celtic from Sheffield United. There's more breaking news there in the end. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with any more of the breaking news stories as and when we do get them. Just going to come back to Paul now, and Paul, just looking at the Sterling deal again, which you just give that bit of further update, which was come from Carver Solakol. Looking at that from a neutral point of view, which I am doing, I think it'd be a good move for Raheem Sterling, especially so he can try and get his international place back in the England squad. When you look at it, Paul, do you think from a business point of view as well, the loan deal could be a decent option, not just for Sterling himself to get game time and get minutes, but do you think it could be a good move for Arsenal as well and for Chelsea as well, especially Chelsea? We're not going to be getting many games there. I think it'd be a good move for Arsenal to fetch him in, especially with some injury problems that Arsenal have got at the Emirates so far.
I think it's a good deal for everybody. I think it's a real chance for Raheem to get some first team football, get some chances, get himself back on form. For Chelsea, well, they're still chasing Osimhen, although I have serious doubts as to whether that will go through. But the fact remains is that obviously they've added João Felix to the squad as well in recent days. So this is good for everybody, and I think this is a real chance for Raheem to really build his England chance back up. And I'm just looking at some of his goal involvements over previous seasons. He can score goals, but he can create them too. For example, he peaked at that in 2017 and 2018, and 2018, 2019. Between those 2 years, he was involved in 56 goal creations. 12 last season, although he didn't play a great deal for Chelsea, and Chelsea struggled a little bit. But this is a good opportunity for him, and it's a great signing for Arsenal.
Absolutely, Paul. Brilliant signing for Arsenal there. Just a bit of news to tell you about, and Brighton defender Odell Afire has joined Blackpool on a season-long loan. That deal has just been announced in the last few minutes. That's been announced a minute ago. We'll give you bank up to date there as we keep you up to date with the breaking news story. Be interested to see how that deal goes this season. Not in the first team plans at Brighton at this moment in time, so it'll be interesting to see whether he get how much or whether he gets any first team minutes at Blackpool, which supposedly the loan will probably be going for him. There, we'll be interested to see what happens there. We're just going to bring some more news in just a moment as well. Just some more breaking news coming into us, and this is coming from Alex Croak, who's been confirming the news which I mentioned a few moments ago, which says Billy Gilmour to Napoli is happening, has been on off for a while, but Brighton have reluctantly allowed him to leave due to increased options in the midfield from their summer spending, awaiting confirmation of the final fee. But Billy Gilmour to Napoli is happening, as I mentioned a few moments ago as well. I can tell you that the talks have begun now between Arsenal and Chelsea over Raheem Sterling on a potential loan deal there. Be interested to see if that deal does get done in the end, and be interested to see how that deal does go, should it get done, whether he plays in the end. And a bit of news coming into us as well, which we're just receiving just here now, and this is bit of news regarding Brighton and Hove Albion. And this one may shock you, Paul, and it involves a German international in Mats Hummels, who used to play for Borussia Dortmund. Brighton and Hove Albion remaining in the race to sign free agent Mats Hummels. Discussions are ongoing with the German over a one-year deal. No agreement reached at this stage. Brighton previously saw bids for PSV Eindhoven defender Olivier Boscali rejected, but it looks as though Brighton now may be coming in for the German defender Mats Hummels, once of Borussia Dortmund there, Paul. And do you think, Paul, Mats Hummels to the Premier League would be a good move, and especially to Brighton? Do you think that'd be a good move for Brighton as well? Or do you think that's something which
Brighton. If they can get him, that's a massive signing for Brighton.
Do you think he could work in? Do you think he could work in the Premier League well?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the experience, not necessarily in the Premier League, but against some of the best forwards in the world. Has been a German international for a long time. Recently been out of the squad, and of course, he's not in the squad for the forthcoming Nations League. But this would be a very, very big signing for Brighton.
Indeed, it will. Some more breaking news then. And Brentford and Nigerian midfielder Frank Onyeka has joined Bundesliga outfit Augsburg on a season-long loan. Brentford tweeted in the last few minutes, "We wish Frank Onyeka all the best as he joins Bundesliga side FC Augsburg on a season-long loan." We'll keep you up to date there as we keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news as things happen here on Transfer Deadline Day this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with all of the latest news there. There is some rumours coming out of Turf Moor and before we get the news in full, is this of a potential incoming or outgoing, Paul?
Well, it's one incoming and one that's now not going to happen. Morgan Whittaker is now not going.
Although this is breaking news, so Paul, give us the latest news from coming out of Turf Moor.
Right, so Morgan Whittaker is now not going to happen. I guess Burnley have walked away from that deal. However, it is understood that Zion Fleming had arrived in a helicopter outside the club's training ground in Gawthorpe to discuss a potential move from Millwall to Turf Moor. That is a rumour at this stage. It is not definite. I just want to put that out there. It is not definite. But there's been a lot of people talking about that has actually happened.
Thank you very much there, Paul. And we're sticking with the breaking news. We're getting some breaking news coming out of Wigan Athletic. And Wigan Athletic are close to completing a deal for striker Meleka Asamoah from Fleetwood. The 21-year-old is only has a year remaining on his contract and also had interest from Danish Super League side Randers. Asamoah is due to complete a move to the League One outfit before the 11 p.m. deadline this evening. There is the Wigan look to bolster their attacking line there. I'm interested to see if that happens. Sunderland are bringing some breaking news as well. Pierre Ekwa has joined from St Etienne on loan. They say good luck, Pierre, who joins there. I can tell you there's been a goal in the Championship. 18 minutes on the clock. Luton Town 1, Queen's Park Rangers 0 is the latest score there. And I can tell you that the goal scorer is Jimmy Dunn with an own goal on 18 minutes. Is Luton Town 1, Queen's Park Rangers 0 is the latest score in the Championship this evening. Jimmy Dunn putting through his own net on that occasion. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening here on Transfer Deadline Day. And there was some more bits of breaking news as we can get up to date with everything that's happening in the Championship and beyond in the Premier League as well. Speaking of Premier League and speaking of more breaking news, and this is coming in from Fabrizio Romano regarding Ipswich Town and the Premier League. Tudor Mendel to Ipswich Town from Anderlecht. Deal agreed right now. Player completing medical and deal set to be signed as 2005 born talent is seen as an exciting young player for the new Ipswich Town project. So Tudor Mendel to Ipswich Town from Anderlecht. Deal has been agreed there. More news on that and the other deals as we get them here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date with all of the latest news here on Transfer Deadline Day, and we'll keep you up to date with all the information there. Will Leeds United make any more potential incomings there? No more outgoings according to Daniel Farke, which probably means the likes of Willie Monto and Max Weber staying at Ellen Road at least until January. Nobody has come back in for Willie Monto after the earlier bids from Everton, which was rejected. There we keep you bang up to date there on any developments in that one. We'll be with you right away through till 11 o'clock and beyond there on Transfer Deadline Day will keep you bang up to date as we keep you up, and coming will keep you bang up to date with that one and any other deals that happen between now and 11 o'clock this evening. You're listening to the coverage here on the commentary with myself, Russ Vernon, and Paul James with you all the way through till 11 o'clock. I'll be with you all the way till 11. Paul will be nipping off at 9 o'clock, but then he will be coming back on for the final hour of the evening, and he'll join us for the final hour on and just beyond on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date on all the new signings that gets done now, and it looks as though that Manchester United may be about to announce the signing of Manuel Ugarte. That deal looks like that could be getting done now, but we'll have to just wait for the official announcement from Manchester United. But Manuel Ugarte looks set potentially now to be coming in to Old Trafford this evening, so it'll be interesting to see if that deal does get done between now and the 11 o'clock deadline this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date on this Transfer Deadline Day live final few hours show with me, Russ, then alongside my trusted colleague Paul James, and me and Paul will be back in just a few moments. Welcome back to the Transfer Deadline Day live stream here on the Transfer Show here on the Commentary Hub 2 JB Sports Storm FM. Focus on football and my very own personal Twitch channel as well. Very good evening to you all. Thank you very much for tuning in and keeping us company here this afternoon, morning, or evening, depending where you are. It's currently our state here in the UK, and we'll keep you bang up to date with all the latest news to tell you about on Transfer Deadline Day. Will we see any more news between now and 11 o'clock? I'm sure we will, but will we see the news that Arsenal fans will be looking forward to? Raheem Sterling coming in a red and white shirt. I can tell you there's some news coming in as Well now, Paul, if you from Fabrizio Romano regarding Arsenal, not sure if you've seen that one, but I'll bring you that one in just a second. But first, Paul, you have got some breaking news coming out of West Ham for us.
Yes, Carlos Sola has completed a medical ahead of joining West Ham from Paris Saint-Germain. The Spanish international is set to move to the London Stadium on a season-long loan. Big signing for West Ham, that.
Yes, big signing for West Ham. This is big news now for Raheem Sterling, Paul, and I'm going to get your thoughts on the back of me reading out this news for you. This come out from Fabrizio Romano, who says Raheem Sterling and Arsenal, agreement between player and Arsenal in case club decides to get it done. Raheem wants to move. Negotiations ongoing between the clubs, with Chelsea open to find solutions. Paul, your thoughts on that one? Do you think, as we've touched upon before, I just want to ask you one question. Is a yes or no answer? Does Sterling to Arsenal get done?
I can't just give you a yes or no on that, Russ. I think it's going to depend on other factors. Are Chelsea going to be happy with losing him to potentially a title favourite if they end up landing Victor Osimhen? There's a lot of complicit factors involved. It's moving very quickly though. This has moved in the last hour, like from no interest whatsoever to now sitting down and having a genuine agreement that they're looking to sign this man. So it's moving very quickly. So all being well, yes, but we know there's a lot of nuances in transfers like this.
Absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. We'll keep you bang up to date with anything that does develop on Raheem Sterling to Arsenal. Will Raheem Sterling get his move to Arsenal, or will he stay there in the end? And we can keep you up to date with some more breaking transfer news as well. So we'll keep the breaking news. We'll put the breaking news stuff back on our bottom of the screens there where you can see it there. And I can tell you that coming out of Fabrizio Romano again, Como are in advanced talks to sign Ivan Perisic from Ajax Split. He was on loan. You may remember he was on loan at Spurs at one stage, and after Genoa proposal earlier on today, deals a final decision almost there with Como, so that deal could get done in the end for Ivan Perisic, and what a signing it would be for Cesc Fabregas's new side there. Ivan Perisic potentially coming in to Como there. Be interested to see if that deal does get over the line, along with many other deals on this transfer deadline. Keep you bang up to date with all of the latest news, and we've just got some more breaking news coming in from the Championship this time, and also involves Scottish Premiership as well. Blackburn Rovers have signed Rangers midfielder Todd Cantwell, should I say, not Todd Cantwell, for £500,000. Cantwell, who submitted a transfer request at Ibrox earlier this summer, has signed a 3-year deal at Ewood Park. That has just been announced just now. And Liverpool have just announced that defender Nathaniel Phillips has joined Championship side Derby County, all known for the remainder of the 2024-2025 season. They say good luck for the season. So Nat Phillips joining Derby County on loan from Liverpool. The defender comes in to Pride Park and bolsters Paul Warne's defensive options for the remainder of the season. He will not be able to feature this weekend due to not signing before the 12 p.m. deadline, unless the paperwork was already done by then and the deal was all done and just waited for the announcement. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to take part in the game this weekend. But as it stands, if he's not been done before 12 noon today, he will probably not be able to take part this weekend. So any of the deals that we're announcing now may not be able to play for their new clubs this upcoming weekend, especially those in England. Yeah, so that's just a bit of news there, and to keep you bang up to date there as we keep you there. Breaking news from West Bromwich Albion, they can confirm that Caleb Taylor has joined Wycombe Wanderers on a season-long loan. They say good luck to Caleb as well. Just a bit of news here that Arsenal are making swift progress with the loan move for Raheem Sterling. Some optimism now from the Emirates that agreement is within reach, Paul. So there's a noise going around the Emirates that there could be an agreement in reach very, very soon, Paul, for Raheem Sterling. And that would, as we've already touched upon quite a lot in this last hour or so, would be a big move for Arsenal, and not only for Arsenal, but also for Raheem Sterling to get his career back on track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's huge. So I think it's happening so quickly. I mean, this has all just happened in the last 30 minutes to an hour that we know of anyway. And so it's moving very, very quickly. I'd say there's a very, very good chance this one's going to get done. And I think Arsenal have a good player on their hands there, and good chance for Sterling as well, but it's up to him to make it work.
It's been interesting to see whether Sterling does make that work, Paul, or whether that deal doesn't, or whether Sterling is another flop like he has been in the past year or so, should I say. He hasn't been a flop for most of his chess career, but since probably in the last year or so, not being really that key player for them, as what many would have probably thought about Paul. In my personal opinion, would be interesting to see what happens there. We'll keep you bang up to date with anything that does happen between now and 11 o'clock here on Transfer Deadline Day. Myself, Russ and Paul James with you on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you up to date with that one and keep you bang up to date with anything that's happening in and around the Championship, League One and League Two as well, and also Scotland and all the other leagues. But we'll keep you up to date with all the Premier League stuff as well. We'll keep you across all of the transfers. We'll be with you until around about 20 past 11 this evening. So it'll be interesting to see whether anything gets done in the end. There is still in the Championship, it still remains Luton Town 1, QPR 0. That's that own goal from Jimmy Dunn on 18 minutes there with the difference, and be interesting to see that. Just turning away from this and the transfers for now, just want to let our listeners know tomorrow you can join the man on my screen, which is that way on the screen, Paul, who will be guiding you through coverage from the Emirates, where he is right now, on the Arsenal game against Brighton and Albion tomorrow lunchtime at 12:30. Be interested to see, Paul, if Sterling deal does get done tonight, if he will be in attendance and presented on the Emirates pitch at half time or even before the kick-off tomorrow, if that deal does get done tonight in front of his new faithful, especially with Arsenal being at home. Do you think he probably would get paraded either before the game, Paul, or do you reckon also probably wait until half time for him to be paraded on the pitch at the Emirates this weekend, should that deal get done with the home tie?
I would have thought he'd be at the game, certainly. And I would have thought, he'd be introduced to the fans probably before the game. It's a good signing if they can make it work. I don't see any reason why not. I have no doubt in my mind that will happen, and I'm very confident the deal's going to get done with the speed that this is moving at. I think both parties are probably very keen on getting this over the line.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. We're getting some breaking news coming out of Nottingham Forest right now, and is regarding, if I remember correctly, James Ward-Prowse. There had been talks that James Ward-Prowse could be on his way to the City Ground on loan from West Ham United. He was up there having a medical, and Paul James has got the breaking news story for us. Paul, what have you got for us, and what can you tell us regarding James Ward-Prowse deal going to Nottingham Forest?
Well, big news for you Reds. James Ward-Prowse has completed his Nottingham Forest medical ahead of a season-long loan from West Ham. The England international is set to move to the City Ground before the 11 p.m. deadline.
So James Ward-Prowse set to come in then for Nottingham Forest. Be interesting to see if that will resurrect, if we have not played much for West Ham in the past few moments, in the past few weeks. There, we'll see if that deal does that. We've seen the pictures of him arriving at the City Ground and entering the City Ground a few moments ago. James Ward-Prowse, his medical is now being complete. It'll be interesting to see if that does get done. I can tell you that Nottingham Forest rivals, though, Notts County, are set to announce a new signing, and we'll bring you bang up to date with that very, very soon. They will keep you bang up to date with that one. Be interesting to see who Notts County do sign, if anybody, this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with that, as Notts County about to make an incoming signing in the transfer window this evening. Something the Reds are doing, the Magpies are saying, anything you can do, Reds, we can do too, as they look to bring in other players. We see, and I'm just seeing the goal here for Luton Town, which put them 1-0 up, and it was a cross into the penalty area from the corner, and then he just comes back off the goalkeeper after that it was saved, hit Jimmy Dunn, and went into the back of his own net. And Jimmy Dunn put through his own net, and Luton lead against QPR by a 1-0. We'll keep you bang up to date. Who will Notts County sign, and will there be any more deals for any Premier League clubs this evening? Will Raheem Sterling to Arsenal get done, or will that not get done in the end? So keep you bang up to date with all that news as we keep you up to date. They'll keep you bang up to date on any deals that get done. Let's keep you bang up to date with any news that we get. As we keep you bang up to date, we've got less than 2 hours and 20 minutes to go then on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you bang up to date with that one, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments' time to keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day. You're listening to and watching transfer deadline day live. Final few hours here on the Commentary Hub. Welcome back. Welcome back to the coverage here on Transfer Deadline Day. Will we see any more deals done between now and 11 o'clock? We could see a deal done at Turf Moor, potentially. Is it an incoming or is it an outgoing? Paul James can tell us.
Well, I mentioned earlier on about Zion Fleming possibly coming to Burnley to discuss a deal, and I said at that point that it was rumours. Well, Sky Sports News' Elliot Cook and Lyle Thomas have stated this. Burnley are working on a deal to sign attacking midfielder Zion Fleming from Millwall. The 26-year-old scored 15 goals in 44 appearances in all competitions for the London club last season. That is definitely something that ails Burnley. And I think that that would be an excellent signing for them if they can make that happen.
Yes, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. And Stoke City have just announced a signing as well. While you were saying that one, Paul, and Stoke City have announced the signing of striker Tom Gannon from Leicester City. The Potters have beaten several championship clubs to the signing of the former Everton forward. And I understand, Paul, that one of the clubs that Stoke beat to the signing is that of Burnley to the signing of Tom Gannon, the striker. Sheffield United, Sunderland also were one of the clubs interested in Tom Gannon as well. But he's opted to go from the Foxes to the Potters and join Stoke City from Leicester City instead of joining the Clarets or the Black Cats. Tom Gannon, can he fire Stoke to the Premier League this season? There's just the breaking news story there as we have got it. We'll keep you bang up to date here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date, bring you all the latest news as we get it here. And we have just got some breaking news in here, Paul, from Fabrizio Romano regarding Arsenal. Don't know if you've seen it, Paul. Have you seen the latest news from Fabrizio Romano, Paul?
Not from what was last updated.
Well, I can tell you the breaking news story now then. And this is coming from Fabrizio Romano. Ipswich Town are in advanced talks to sign Reiss Nelson on loan from Arsenal. It can open the doors to Raheem Sterling to Arsenal from Chelsea. So, Reiss Nelson on loan to Ipswich Town, which will then potentially see the doors open for Raheem Sterling to come in from Chelsea to Arsenal. So that's the breaking news story there from Arsenal. Just with that news for Ipswich to sign Reiss Nelson, do you think that's a good move for both parties, Paul?
Yeah. Reiss Nelson hasn't been getting a lot of playing time at the Emirates, so it's a good move. They want to free up the squad size and the wages as well to have Raheem Sterling in, because even though it would be a loan deal, I would suspect that Arsenal will be required to at least pay half, if not 3/4 of the wages, maybe even all of them, who knows. I guess that'll come out in due time, but I think it's a good move for all parties involved.
Yes, and while we've got you there, Paul, and we've got breaking news on the screen, you have got some breaking news for us to tell us coming out of the G-Tech Community Stadium, haven't you?
Yes, Brentford have signed Southampton left-back Meg Homer. Jaden Meg Homer from Southampton, the 18-year-old, will join the Bees' first-team squad as cover for Rico Henry, who is coming back from a serious knee injury. No further information on what the cost is, terms, etc., but that is understood to have happened.
Thank you very much. There, Paul will keep you bang up to date on that one. If we get any more news on that, we'll keep you up to date with that one and keep you bang up to date. And if there's any deals that get done, more deals get done, we will bring you that with us here on the Transfer Deadline Day stream. We can tell you and we can show you here as well, and we'll bring you this to you right now, and we can bring this into you right now. This is how long we have got left here on transfer deadline day. We have got left is the countdown on the screens there, as I've just let deadline day countdown. We have got left on transfer deadline day 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 35 seconds left. Who will bring in anybody else between now and the end of the transfer window? Will we see any more incomings from any of our clubs that we follow, or will there not be any more incomings this evening? I can bring some news to Rotherham United fans. They looked in on that Rotherham were hoping to fetch in one new player. However, the news which we have received from local reporter Paul an hour ago, and we can bring you this news here now. If we just bring you the news here from Paul Davis on transfer deadline day, if we keep you up to date on transfer deadline day, we'll keep you bang up to date here right now. We'll bring you the news from United local paper, which I get every single week. My local paper, as you can see, that he writes for the Rotherham Advertiser. If we just share you the tab here, as you can see, it says Mills writes for the Rotherham Advertiser. He's tweeted out an hour ago, never say never, and that's all because things sometimes develop late, as a thing we've seen with Raheem Sterling. But he says here, as bring you this in here, so if I just bring you this up here right now, as we can see this news here, he says, never say never, all that because things sometimes develop late, as I've mentioned, as done with Raheem Sterling. But I understand that as things stand, any Rotherham United business is unlikely before the 11 p.m. deadline. So Rotherham have made 14 signings, hoping to have the one, hoping to bring in one more to make it 15. But it looks like that may not happen now, according to Paul Davis from the Rotherham Advertiser. We'll keep you bang up to date. Jaden McGomer's deal to Brentford is 5 million plus 5 million add-ons, according to Adam Blackmore, who is BBC Radio Solent sports editor and BBC Radio Solent to cover Southampton, amongst other clubs there as well. So I'll keep you bang up to date with that transfer news, and we get it there is there from Southampton to Brentford. There is the news there from Brentford, which they tweeted Jaden McGomer checking in with a tick there on transfer deadline. They will keep you bang up to date with all the news as it happens here on transfer deadline. They will keep you bang up to date with all that news as and when we can. We are just receiving some more news in on that Reece Nelson situation, Paul, and this is the news we are getting in now. And I'll just read it up on the screen for you to read, so you can read it out to our listeners. And this is coming from David Ornstein at The Athletic, Paul. So I'll just bring you this news in here now, and then second is Yoto Ren from Al Ittihad deal confirmed, as you can see the photo there from Fabrizio Romano. Here's the news from David Ornstein. Would you like to read this bit of, if I just share it for you, Paul? If you could, breaking news that we've got on the screen there.
Yep. David Ornstein has confirmed Ipswich Town are working on a deal to sign Reece Nelson from Arsenal. very close to securing an agreement with the 24-year-old winger on a season-long loan with no option or obligation to buy. Chance to depart helped by the potential arrival of Raheem Sterling. So looks like there's some more movement around Arsenal, not just Raheem Sterling.
Thank you very much there, Paul. We'll keep you bang up to date with any more news as and when we get it here on Transfer Deadline Day. Raheem Sterling move could help by Reece Nelson joining Ipswich from Arsenal this evening as well. We'll keep you bang up to date with that news as and when we get any information. There, half time at Kenilworth Road, Luton Town 1, QPR 0 is the latest score in the Championship this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on the Transfer Deadline Day stream, as we keep you bang up to date with any of the news that we bring you right here on Transfer Deadline Day in the end. Bit of news from the Norwich City end to tell our listeners all about, and that's Liverpool's Katie Gordon is en route to Norfolk Medical to do. Kamara en route to Humberside Medical done in London ahead of Hull City move, both likely confirmed in the final hour. Chelsea Billy G and Buratine final academy business there. That's just been a breaking news coming out of the Norwich City side through Paddy Davitt of the Norwich City editor of the Pinken Plus, Pinken Eastern Daily Press as well. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with that one. Any news to bring you, we'll keep you bang up to date with that one here on Transfer Deadline Days. We'll keep you bang up to date there. Any news we bring, any transfer news that we can bring you now, we'll keep you bang up to date on that story as soon as we get any confirmation there. We'll keep you bang up to date with all the information here on Transfer Deadline Day, and we'll keep you up to date in just a second. Paul will be leaving us for a few moments time. Paul, big thank you for your help and contribution to the past couple of hours. We'll be hopefully having you back for the final hour of the show as well, for the final hour and 20 minutes of the show as well. So Paul, big thank you for being part of the show as always, and hopefully catch you in the last hour of the show as well.
Yep, I'll be there for sure. Thanks a lot, everybody. See you in the last hour.
Thank you very much there, Paul, as we will keep you bang up today with all the Deadline Day deals as it happens. 2 hours and 20 seconds to go then on Transfer Deadline Day to tell you all about this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with any transfers that gets done in the next few seconds as well. We'll keep you up to date here on Transfer Deadline Day. 2 hours to go, and we're just going to take a quick break. But when I return, we'll be back with more news here right now. And we've got, before we do go, we have got some breaking news coming out of Arsenal to tell you about. And Arsenal have signed Bournemouth goalkeeper Neto. The Brazilian replaces Aaron Ramsdale, who joined Southampton earlier on Friday. I alluded to that news earlier today, but Neto is now in at Arsenal. The experience between the sticks. Welcome to the Arsenal Neto. That's officially done now. And Raheem Sterling's offer late deal can be agreed for him to join Arsenal. Talks are advancing over what is likely to be a loan deal Sterling is waiting for the green light to move to the Emirates. Winger's priority was a permanent exit from Chelsea, but working with Mikel Arteta at Arsenal is seen as a great opportunity. Sterling works alongside the Spaniard during his time as Pep Guardiola's number 2 at Manchester City. So there's the breaking news for you. Now we can keep you bang up to date. We have got 1 hour, 58 minutes and 34 seconds left on Transfer Deadline Day. Join me again in a couple of minutes' time as I keep you bang up to date with all the latest news here on Transfer Deadline Day. Welcome back to the coverage here on Transfer Deadline Day. We'll keep you bang up to date. Here we've got less than 2 hours to go. Now then, be interested to see the news there. Wolves winger Chincarico is travelling to Spain to join the Spaniard side. Mallorca on a season-long loan. Mallorca will have no obligation or option to buy Chincarico there. Fulham and 2 other Premier League clubs are also interested in Reece Nelson, but is Ipswich are in talks to sign them. There's growing feelings that Nelson will leave Arsenal before the 11 o'clock deadline there as well. And Neto, as I mentioned, through the door at the Emirates Stadium. We'll keep you bang up to date with all the deadline day deals as we get them, and we'll bring you all any breaking news stories that we will have for you. We'll bring you those too just as soon as we get any breaking news deals this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date on any of these transfers that will be announced. Just bring you some more news in just a moment. Barnsley have signed free agent Stephen Humphries on a 1-year deal with a year option. The 26-year-old spent the last 3 seasons of Wigan Athletic winning the League One title in 21-22. That's just been announced. He joins Barnsley there. Manuel Ugarte and Manchester United will be official soon. That is according to Fabrizio Romano, the well-respected Italian journalist out there. Plymouth Argyle have signed Rami Al-Ajif, who has joined from Odense BK for an undisclosed fee. He has joined the Green Army with that deal now done in the end. They'll keep you bang up to date with all the latest deals. And we are hearing regarding Isaac Schmidt. A deal for the defender was due to be done by Leeds United, and there's growing confidence that a deal for Isaac Schmidt is close to being announced at Leeds United, according to reports on Leeds Live. We'll bring you what they've got to say on that news regarding Isaac Schmidt, and we'll keep you bang up to date with that one and any other deals for Leeds United and any other clubs on transfer deadline day. And someone has spotted someone called Adams, but I think I found Smith's on his agency page. This was posted less than an hour ago, I think we're good. This is a photo, A43, which was him being in the West Stand where it says welcome Leeds United main entrance. So it looks like he may be in the building. It looks like Schmidt may be a goer in the end. That was posted around about 8:43 this evening. So that was around about 15 minutes ago or thereabouts now. I'll just show you that photo that I've just seen there. If I just bring you that one in just now, we bring you this in there. So if I just bring you this in here, we can show you this photo here. This is what the news says here. So this is what the article says on the. This is what it says here. This is a great spot. We've checked this out, and it does appear to be the agent for Isaac Schmidt. As we said earlier, we're confident from what we've been told that the deal will still go through for the deadline, and a picture of it, the agent entering the stadium a few hours ago certainly backs up that message. As there is the photo there from Adam2986 on X, who posted, I think I found Schmidt's agent on his agency page. This was posted less than an hour ago. I think we're good. And this is what his agent posted. Photo going through the entrance of the West Stand main reception. So that looks likely to be completed. So that deal looks like it'll be done, Leeds United fans. No need to panic there on that bit of transfer deadline day moves. Leeds looks set to make another signing. They'll keep you bang up to date with the news there on Isaac Schmidt, who looks set to complete a move to Leeds United this evening, well before the deadline. Getting some more news in from Alex Crook in just a moment, and that's just the news which Bournemouth confirmed that Neto has joined Arsenal. I brought that news once it was confirmed a few moments ago from the Arsenal end that Neto there. But Isaac Schmidt looks likely to be a Leeds United player. That deal is yet to be confirmed, but I'm told that deal will get done, as Isaac Schmidt will be a Leeds United player on transfer deadline day this evening. We can keep you bang up to date with all the news on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you across anything that happens between now and 11 o'clock this evening. We'll stay until about 20 past 11, and I can confirm to the signing that AC Milan, so let me just bring you the breaking news strap on the bottom of the screen there so you can see the breaking news. Even AC Milan have signed Roma striker Tammy Abraham on a season-long loan. Former Chelsea striker will wear the number 90 shirt at the San Siro. And Liverpool winger Ben Doak has completed his medical with Middlesbrough. Nathan Orders read terms on a season-long loan deal to the Riverside club. So there's the breaking news from Liverpool and, well, from Middlesbrough, as well as just news in. There is Tammy Abraham coming in to Roma as well. Keep you bang up to date with anything that happens between now and 11 o'clock. Will we see any more movement between now and 11? We understand as well some breaking news just coming into us right now. And we understand, I can tell you, this is what we here at the Commentary Hub understand. Also here at the JB Sports Commentary Hub 2, focus on football and Storm FM understand as well that talks are the final stages between Ipswich Town and Arsenal over the loan deal for Reece Nelson, which could then give the go-ahead for Arsenal to sign Raheem Sterling from Chelsea. So that could be a deal breaker there. We've got 1 hour, 47 minutes left on the deadline day. Who will go through and get the deals done? Find out here, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that is happening this afternoon on transfer deadline day today. You can keep up to date with that transfer deadline day stream news right here on our live show this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens, and we'll keep you up to date with all the news as it breaks between now and the 11 o'clock deadline this evening. If you want to get involved with the show as well, there's a few ways you can do that. In the comment section and in the live chat, and get involved that way. Or you can do this, and I'm going to put this on the, I'm just going to put a banner going across the bottom to keep you updated while you can get involved in the show. This is where you can tweet us to get involved. And I want you to get involved as well. Tweet us to get involved on deadline day. Tweet us at Commentary Live 1 to get involved is the place to go. And we will bring you the news as and when they happen. We'll be with you to about 20 past or past 11 UK time this evening to bring you the news as we keep you bang up to date on this transfer deadline day stream. I can tell you, Notts County fans, the breaking news that we have got for you is this. We can tell you that Notts County have secured a season-long loan signing of Giovanni Brown from Bristol Rovers. The 29-year-old forward who played for Exeter City, boasts 21 goals and 21 assists over 2 seasons. Notts fans can look forward to his contributions, according to reports. We're getting some breaking news in a moment, and we'll bring you this breaking news shortly. But we'll get some more breaking news in a second here on this transfer deadline day stream. We'll keep you up to date with any news as and when we get it here And I can tell you there's some breaking news from Oxford United. Oxford fans, we have got some breaking news. Oxford United have added Leicester City centre-back Ben Nelson on loan. The 20-year-old is understood to have been the main centre-half target for Oxford this summer, and that deal has been finalised. Now we'll keep you bang up to date on that one, and we'll keep you up to date with any news as and when we get on any other transfer bits between now and the 11 o'clock deadline here on the commentary of it and all our other partnered channels as well. We're then guiding you through till the close of the show then. And we'll keep you bang up to date with all of the transfers as we keep you here with us and keep you bang up to date with the deadline day news in the end in the show. We'll keep you bang up to date as we would like to give you all the transfer deadline day deals as and when we have got them. We'll keep you up to date. There'll be transfers that will be close to being done, some that are done now. Deadline day finishes at 11 o'clock tonight. Leeds have made one signing in. Will Leeds get another player through the door? You'll have to wait here to find out if Leeds do that. Today we'll bring you up to date on all the news stories very shortly here on this transfer deadline day stream. We'll keep you up to date. Let's see how things get done. And we'll catch up with you in the next few minutes. Remember, if you want to get involved, tweet us, you can do so. Comment on everyone is the place to do so. And we're back in a few minutes here on this Deadline Day stream. Welcome back to the Commentary Hub's coverage here on Transfer Deadline Day. We're bringing you the coverage till the end of the window then. Any breaking news stories that we get, we will bring it to you here on Transfer Deadline Day. 1 hour, 38 minutes left to play in the window. Who will be the biggest spenders? Who will be the biggest deal on Transfer Deadline Day? Will there be a signing coming in for Arsenal? Will that Raheem Sterling deal get done for Arsenal, or will that deal be off like some of the others be off as well? And we're bringing you some breaking news now coming out of Molineux. And I can tell you, Wolverhampton Wanderers have signed Dundee defender Sebastian Lockhead. The 16-year-old moves to Molineux for an undisclosed fee. That deal has just been announced by Wolverhampton Wanderers in the last few minutes. There's a photos of Ivan Toney, who nearly passed the medical with Al Ahly, and a £40 million transfer to the Saudi Arabian club. He's flying out to Saudi Arabia tonight with his family, and that deal is likely to be done. Well, it doesn't need to be done until Monday, when the Saudi pro clubs transfer deadline day is for the Saudi pro clubs. But tonight, Reece Nelson, in talks with Ipswich Town, have confirmed the departure by mutual consent of striker Freddie Vidapo. They will keep you bang up to date with any transfer news as we get it here on Transfer Deadline Day Live, and we can keep you bang up to date. Here's, we can tell you that Wolves have confirmed that Fabio Silva will spend the 24-25 season on loan as Las Palmas. No option or obligation to buy Silva as part of the deal. There, we'll keep you bang up to date in there. We can keep you up to date with the Championship, and this being no one but 2 goals in tonight's live match between QPR, who are away Kenilworth Road against Luton Town. Madsen equalised on 59 minutes to put QPR back on level terms away Kenilworth Road. Luton Town 1, QPR 1. But then on 62 minutes, Frey has put QPR back into the lead. Well, into the lead for the first time on 62 minutes. Is Luton Town 1, QPR 2 is the scoreline in the Championship this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with the Deadline Day news as we bring you that. We'll keep you up to date with that Championship game between Luton Town and Queen's Park Rangers this evening as we keep you bang up to date with that one. Will there be any transfer deadline day deals to do more at Leeds United before the end of the 11 o'clock deadline? It could be announced just after the 11 o'clock deadline as well. We'll keep you bang up to date with that one. Manuel Agarte on 27th of August for the eyes emoji on X. Manchester United have just returned a favour this evening on X. Manchester United will be about to announce the signing of Manuel Agarte. We'll have to wait and see there if that is the case. And some breaking news just coming into us right now I can tell you about. And this involves Raheem Sterling. And Arsenal are close to agreeing a deal with Chelsea to sign Raheem Sterling on loan with no option or obligation to buy. Straightforward loan deal it will be for Raheem Sterling there. We can tell you that there is 1 hour, 33 minutes and 40 seconds left on transfer deadline day. Who will come out on top and make last minute moves and try and scupper my plans to finish at 20 past 11 this evening. I'm sat here in my yellow jersey on stream, giving you the Deadline Day streams. Deadline Day behind me, as we can just see just there. Yellow ticker going across the bottom, just down there, to keep you up to date on transfer Deadline Day. Deadline Day up in the corner, just up there. It says Deadline Day in that corner there. Will there be any more deals that get done between now and the 11 o'clock deadline? We'll keep you bang up to date with that one. Make sure you stay tuned in to see if your club gets anybody over the line. Let us know who you want your club to sign. You can tweet us by following the tweet from the message at the bottom of our screen for this Deadline Day stream. To get involved, tweet us your questions, and I'll have to put some of those questions to Paul when he gets back. Be interesting to see if we do have any questions coming in over on our Twitter feed, or any interaction over on our Twitter feed. Coming to live one for Deadline Day. We'll keep it. We'll just quickly. I can quickly have a look while there's not much really happening in terms of transfers at this moment in time. We'll keep you bang up to date with all the transfer news there. We'll keep you up to date with now transfer Deadline Day deals. We're looking here as we keep you bang up to date in the end of transfer Deadline Day. You can tweet us then. Comment your live one if you want to tweet us and get involved in the show this evening. Let us know. I want to put a question out to you. If you're watching this out there, either put a comment in the live chat if you've got a live chat facility, or if you access the live chat facility, if you can put a tweet comment in there, or you can tweet us, comment your live one down at the bottom. It says down at the bottom there, and I'll read it out for you. Which club do you guys think, you, our listeners, think has done the best business this transfer window now? And give me an explanation as to why. And if also do manage to get Raheem Sterling over the line, where does that signing for Arsenal rank in terms of signings that they've done, not just in this window, but in all the other windows, all the transfers that they've made in their history? The signing of and the calibre, whereabouts would you put him Sterling in that bracket? Let us know as well. You can tweet us that as well if you want to get involved. Comment live one, or get involved in the live comment section just there as well. We'll keep you bang up to date as we keep you updated here on transfer deadline days. Luton 1, QPR 2, 71 minutes gone there, done on 18 minutes for Luton, for Madsen and Frey on 59 and 62 respectively for Luton. So that wants to be turned around, and we can bring you now. We have got you some breaking news right now. Some breaking news is coming into us right now, and I can tell you that Manchester United have completed the signing of Paris Saint-Germain midfielder Manuel Ugarte. The Uruguayan international has signed a long-term deal at Old Trafford, arriving for initial 50 million euros, which is £42.1 million, plus a potential 8.4 million, which is 10 million euros in add-ons. Ugarte will not be eligible to play for Manchester United against Liverpool on Sunday, as he was not registered in time, but he has joined Manchester United this evening. So Manuel Ugarte is a Manchester United player, not able to play against Liverpool, but what a big boost that is to get a player of that calibre into the building before the big game this weekend. If you're tuned in right now, thank you very much for doing so. We really do appreciate it, myself and Paul and all the others here in the commentary. We do appreciate you tuning in to us, not just on Deadline Day, but on the other streams as well that we do, the commentaries. as well. As we keep you updated here on transfer deadline day. Will there be any more breaking news stories in a moment? We have got some breaking news here right now. This week, God's Raheem Sterling and Arsenal. Raheem Sterling and the Arsenal deal is at the final stages now. So Raheem Sterling to Arsenal is at the final stages. Will come 11 o'clock, that deal could be done and dusted for Raheem Sterling to come to the Emirates Stadium. That deal is now at the final stages of the transfer. And we'll keep you bang up to date with that transfer if that gets done before the 11 o'clock deadline. If not, we'll stay on till around about 11 at the latest to see if that deal gets pushed through before we come off air at 11:30 this evening. Big thank you to you for keeping us updated, and we'll just keeping you up to date with that news there with regards to Raheem Sterling as well. We'll keep you bang up to date here. We'll keep you updated. Will we see any more transfer news between now and the end of the season? We'll just get some quotes in here from Manuel Ugarte, and I can tell you that this is what he's had to say. It's an incredible feeling to join a club of this magnitude, one that is admired all around the world. The project that is the football leadership discussed with me is extremely exciting. Manchester United is an ambitious club, and I am an ambitious player, says Manuel Ugarte after he completed his move to Manchester United earlier today. And Alex Krug has just tweeted right now to say that Ipswich Town favourites to sign Arsenal winger Reiss Nelson. Leicester also interested, and that West Ham United have turned down the chance to loan Reiss Nelson. So there's just a bit of news for you there as we bring you all today with everything that has happened here on transfer deadline day. We can keep you bang up to date in the final few moments of the transfer window. Will we see any signings coming in, or any more signings coming in, shall we say? Let's see what is happening. This year, Napoli are paying, I'm being told, 12 million plus 4 million in add-ons for Billy Gilmore. And the Hibernian have signed Nectris Tyrants on a season one loan from Sunderland. The Australian midfielder can also play in defence. Spent the second half of last season at Easter Road, and he has rejoined Hibernian this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens here on transfer deadline day. We'll keep you up to date with all the deadline day news as we bring you what's going to be a very, very, very busy day in the world of football this evening. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that has happened today as we watch on and see if any deals get done. There's Scott McTominay arriving in Naples earlier on as he passed his medical to go to Napoli from Manchester United in the end there. So we'll bring you back up to date with any of the latest news that we've got here on transfer deadline day. Will we see any news in between now and the end of the window? I wonder. Be interesting to see who gets done in the end. Be interesting to see what happens now, and just getting some news just into us right now. So this is some breaking news which we'll tell you about in just a second, and it comes from the Championship. There we know the breaking news on the screen. It comes from the Championship, and Birmingham City have turned down bids today for South Korean midfielder Pike So from Championship clubs. This window there's been interest from Leeds and Sheffield United in that news there. So big breaking news there coming from the Championship. As we bring you back up to bang up to date on the transfer deadline day news here on the show this evening. We'll keep you up to date with that one, as we've got this quote in here from Melissa Reddy, who says the Manuel Ugarte deal sees Manchester United improving every priority position they set out to this summer. Viewed as the perfect fall for Kobe Mainoo, a huge effectiveness in the press and counter press, no signing of over the age of 26 or 26 under this new football leadership. She goes on to say, I can read you the rest of it here. It's Melissa Reddy from Sky Sports News. Under this new football leadership team, she says. So that's a bit of news there coming out from Manchester United, which some of their fans seem to be happy about. But Manuel Ugarte is a done deal from Manchester United. Will we see another deal done in the end there, or will that not get done in the end? We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that we've got with you now till the end of the shows. We keep you up to date. Transfer deadline day. Raheem Sterling have now agreed with Arsenal, have agreed in principle on a transfer. Arsenal are expecting the documents to be a problem. Talks are now as I mentioned earlier, at advanced stage for Reece Nelson to come from Arsenal to Ipswich Town as well. We'll keep you bang up to date with everything that happens between now and the end of the show, as we keep you up to date. The goat of transfer deadline day, Jim White, is ready and raring to go live on the radio tonight along with Alex Crook, Ben Jacobs, and some amongst his guests there. Will we see the deadline day deals get done before the window is slammed shut at the end of the transfer window this evening? Will there be any late deals for Leeds United on transfer deadline day? Leeds are closing on their next signing. We're still awaiting that confirmation of that next signing for Leeds United. This is what we are being told right now as Leeds await to get their next signing through the door. 90 minutes left. This was just 80 minutes left, and it appears as though we're heading for a late one. Again, we're still awaiting news on Swiss fullback Isaac Schmidt, let alone any news on anything else, which clearly at this stage looks unlikely. Still, you never know whether that The reason why we're not signed Isaac Schmidt yet, or Leeds announced Isaac Schmidt just yet, because they're waiting to announce another signing as it gets closer to the transfer window. Will Leeds United make at least one more signing today? We've already made one signing. Will they make another signing before the close of the window at 11 o'clock this evening? Keep you bang up to date with what is happening there, and we can bring you some breaking news now, which is coming out of Arsenal. Well, coming out of Ipswich as well, should I say. This is coming from Domesh Seth at Sky Sports, and he says Reece Nelson has chosen Ipswich on loan from Arsenal. The final formalities are being sorted to allow the winger to move to Pullman Road for the 24-25 season ahead of Friday's 11 p.m. deadline. So Reece Nelson, he had options to go to West Ham amongst other clubs, but he's opted to go to join Ipswich Town, newly promoted Ipswich Town, may I add. But that deal is now done, as we keep you bang up to date right until the window slams shut. This is what we are receiving some news in here now from David Ornstein, who has this to say: Chelsea on the verge of an agreement with Manchester United to sign Jadon Sancho. Deal for the 24-year-old Manchester United winger is a season-long loan with an obligation to buy next summer. Obligation, no option. They've got to buy him next summer. Personal terms in place as all parties work to complete the deadline day transfer. Will that one get done for Chelsea, for Jadon Sancho coming to Chelsea? Looks like that deal could be just a formality now on transfer deadline days. We keep you bang up to date. We'll be with you right through till 11 o'clock, just after 11 o'clock as well. We will keep you bang up to date. And I can tell you as well, we're bringing you some more breaking news coming out of Wolverhampton Wanderers this time. Carlos Forbes is undergoing his Wolves medical as we speak, likely to be their last incoming of the window. Be interesting to see how that deal gets done, if all the business could be getting done this evening before the 11 o'clock deadline. Will we see another goal to be confirmed? Just looking at this tweet from Southampton when they've announced the signing of one of the players that's coming into the club. Interesting, let's see who it is. Looks like Ryan Fraser is in the building at Southampton. We'll keep you up to date with that there as we bring you some breaking news. And this is coming right now for out of Nottingham Forest. And Nottingham Forest midfielder Jamie McDonald has joined Colchester United on a season-long loan deal. That deal is now done. And Ryan Fraser has completed a move now to Southampton from Newcastle. That deal is also done there in the last few minutes. More breaking news stories as and when we get them here on Transfer Deadline Day. We've got less than 15 minutes an hour and 15 minutes to go here on transfer deadline day. What I want to know then, will Raheem Sterling get his move to Arsenal? And will Jadon Sancho complete his move to Chelsea? Tweet us and let us know, or get your comments in the live section. We're back after this short break here on Transfer Deadline Day Live. Welcome back to the coverage here on the Commentary Hub as we bring you the closing stages now of the Transfer Deadline Day stream. And Media Radio Jingles and Gaming says we are nearly approaching the 11 o'clock mark. Time is ticking for these late transfer deals. And I want to know, will any of these deals get done and over the line? We'll bring you some breaking news in just a second. Coming out now. Here we can bring you the news. A few moments, just as we went for our break, Chelsea closing into agreeing a deal to sign Jadon Sancho from Manchester United with an obligation to buy. Chelsea still waiting for the final decision from Napoli with the Osimhen, even though there's more than an hour left until the window closes. As I mentioned, Ryan Fraser has completely moved to Southampton from Newcastle, signing a 2-year deal. Late moves for Sheffield Wednesday and West Bromwich Albion as they're trying to sign a loan deal for Everton's Mason Allgate. That deal's trying to get done in the final few moments. Will we see any last minute deals there on Transfer Deadline Day? Will we get any last minute deals on Transfer Deadline Day? We can bring you up to date with any of those deals as and when we've got them. I can tell you we have got left of the window 1 hour, 5 minutes and 36 seconds, and we have just received some breaking news just into us from Luke Shanley and Anthony Joseph of Sky Sports. They can tell us that Augsburg midfielder Orn Engels has arrived at Celtic Park or Parkhead ahead of his £11 million move to the Scottish champions. The 20-year-old completed his medical in London earlier on Friday but was caught in flight delays at Luton. Engels will now finalise the paperwork on his long-term contract this evening before the 11 o'clock deadline. So there's just some more breaking news stories for you here on Transfer Deadline Day. We can tell you there's been the full-time score coming in from the championship clash this evening between Luton Town and Queen's Park Rangers. We haven't had a person there that has updates throughout the evening. We'll be giving you the updates ourselves once we've got them here on the Transfer Deadline Day. And I can tell you finished Luton Town 1, QPR 2 there. And that news is very much virtually done. And I can tell you that Jadon Sancho, from what we are hearing right now, and I'm getting news just in, Jadon Sancho to Chelsea is done, I am told. So that we're just waiting for official confirmation of that one. But of everything being finalised. But Jadon Sancho, Chelsea fans, is a blue. That is done. And Billy Gilmour will be signing a 5-year contract in Napoli. Deal worth 16 million, 12 million in upfront, 4 million in add-ons for Billy Gilmour to Brighton from Napoli. That's some breaking news to give you there. And Napoli have just confirmed the deal there for Billy Gilmour in the last few minutes as well. Chelsea striker David Fofana could be a late mover with someone willing to move for the Ivory Coast international. It's not been as easy player to leave Chelsea today, and the clock is ticking on a loan deal being completed there. So that deal could be getting done there. We'll keep you bang up to date on that one. And we're just hearing some news here coming into us right now. This is more breaking news on the Jadon Sancho deal. Told the obligation for Jadon Sancho is 35 million. He will join Chelsea, will then make the deal permanent at the end of the season. So that's just a bit of more breaking news there regarding Jadon Sancho. That deal looks likely to be done now as Chelsea look to get that deal over The line will keep you bang up to date with that news there. We'll keep you bang up to date as we keep you updated. And Luton Town, start of the season has been bad, and it's just got even worse after their 2-1 defeat tonight at Kenilworth Road. They remain in 23rd with 1 point, which means if Cardiff City win this weekend, they will go bottom of the table with Luton Town, so they'll be hoping that that doesn't happen in the end. There will keep you bang up to date with the news there. We can keep you updated in the transfer news, and we can Derby County are trying to sign Marcus Arness from Ipswich Town, and they're closing in on a loan move for the winger. We'll keep you back up to date here on Transfer Deadline. Then we can bring you some breaking news coming out of Fulham this evening. They have agreed a deal to sign Ernest Numa on a permanent deal from Olympic Lyon A. Verbal agreement done, working on the paperwork to be completed in time. So the paperwork and then the medicals will be done. Verbal agreement in place already. There we can keep you bang up to date. There as we bring you all the updated news as and when we can bring it to you. Wonder what will happen in the final few moments as we can bring you some breaking news from Burton Albion, and they have signed Ronnie Stutter from Chelsea. The striker has signed a season-long loan from the Premier League outfit this evening. That's just some breaking news in the last couple of minutes there this evening. So there's the breaking news there. We can bring you some breaking news regarding Burnley. And Mike Trezor will not join Nice. Clubs couldn't find a solution around the loan fee and the lack of time to make the deal possible. Tomorrow it will be at the Burnley Training Centre. There, that is some breaking news for you there. And Paul, you just join us back in as we're just bringing some breaking news there from Burnley, which I've got from Sacha Tavaliri, who says Mike Trezor will not join Nice. Clubs couldn't find a solution around the loan fee.
The one player I did want to get rid of.
And the lack of time didn't make the deal possible. Tomorrow it will be at the Burnley Training Centre.
Oh, wonderful.
On the eve of your game against rivals Blackburn Rovers.
Bent over by them. I just know it. All they've done today, they've added 2 players today, to my knowledge. They're supposed to be working on Zion, what's his face from Millwall.
Zion Fleming from Millwall.
Yeah, they're supposed to be working on him, and they're not. I don't think they are anyway. And they've let a number of players go, but the one player you want to get rid of, Trezor, who's been completely useless. What's the point?
And I have just received some breaking news here from Chelsea, and that is Jadon Sancho is now a Chelsea player, Paul.
That's an interesting one.
Jadon Sancho is signed on loan for Chelsea from Manchester United, and he's got an obligation to buy. And listen to this, Paul. This is how much Chelsea will be paying for Jadon Sancho. Are you ready?
Yeah.
35 million.
It's too much. It's outrageous.
At the end of this season, and he's expected to sign a long-term contract at Stamford Bridge once that deal gets done.
The world has lost its mind.
And we've got some breaking news from Napoli. Is this about Billy Gilmore, Paul? If so, we've already mentioned it. He's signed a 5-year deal.
All right.
Yeah, I mentioned it was announced before. And we've also mentioned Paul Ryan Fraser has joined Southampton on a permanent deal, signed a 2-year deal, having been let go after his move from Newcastle got completed earlier today as well.
Right. Okay, I'm up to date then.
Yes, so we'll keep you bang up to date on this transfer deadline day special. Myself, we're spending and Paul James back with you. You had me and Paul 7 while 9, myself 9 while 10. I'm back on the grind with me for the final hour, and for the final shift is that of Paul James as well. And we'll keep you bang up to date with that one. We'll keep you updated with that one as and when we get it. We can bring you some. There's an update from Chelsea as well, which we can bring you in just a second, which is the latest on Victor Osimhen. Will Chelsea be able to sign the Napoli forward, who will not be going to Al Hilal? What can you tell us, Paul?
Well, with less than an hour to go of the window remaining, Chelsea are running out of time to complete a deal for Victor Osimhen. Despite conversations throughout Friday, the Blues are yet to agree a fee with Napoli or contact with the striker. So in the last hour, I would, if I was a betting man, I would say that is not going to go through. If they haven't even agreed a fee with Napoli, there's then wages and stuff to go through. And with 55 minutes left of the transfer window, Chelsea might need to write this one off, I'm afraid. No, I'm not afraid. I'm actually quite happy.
Yeah.
I'm a neutral, just trying to be as neutral as possible.
Yes. Just to bring you some news here, Southampton winger Samuel Edozie, he is in advanced talks to join Rangers on loan. So the Scottish side could be signing Sam Edozie on loan from Southampton as well. That news has just reached us from Fabrizio Romano in the last few minutes. I can tell you we have got less than an hour to go then on transfer deadline day. Who will come in the last few moments? Will Leeds United get their second signing over the line? It looks like they will do, as the player's agent is inside Ellen Road right now with his client ready to potentially sign that deal off. Will that deal get done? We'll have to wait and see. If you want to find out, stay with us. We'll bring you the news here as soon as we can on transfer deadline day, as we will bring you up to date with all the deadline day transfers. Join us shortly. Welcome back to the Transfer Deadline Day live final hours of the show then. Into the final hour, we have got 51 minutes and 40 seconds left on Transfer Deadline Day as we count down to the end of the transfer window. And we have got some breaking news coming into us from St Mary's, from Southampton, on the potential move for Maxwell Cornet from West Ham on loan to St Mary's, to Southampton. And the man tells all about that news. It's Paul James.
Yes, this is from Darneth Sheth, the Sky Sports News anchorman. Southampton have submitted a deal sheet in order to gain extra time to complete their move for West Ham's Maxwell Cornet. If submitted between the hours of 9 and 11, a completed deal sheet provides clubs with an extra 2 hours to conclude proposed moves. So this would run till 1 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Now, of course, if it's a deal outside of the UK, then it's only 1 hour. Southampton have agreed a loan deal to sign Cornet from the Hammers, and the versatile left-sided player has undergone a medical. So that does look like that may get done. They've just submitted a deal sheet to get the extra time needed to get it over the line.
Thank you very much there, Paul. Any news that we get regarding any more transfer news, myself or Paul will bring it to you as soon as we have got that news there. We can keep you up to date on all that there. We bring you back up to date with all the transfer news. Ben Doak, Middlesbrough have just confirmed the signing of Ben Doak from Liverpool on loan. That deal has been done now, and it's a season-long loan for the Liverpool youngster to join Michael Carrick's Middlesbrough in the Championship. There, we'll keep you bang up to date with all the Deadline Day deals as we keep you across all of the deals on Transfer Deadline Day. Chelsea, very, very close, as I've been telling you, to agreeing a deal. We understand the deal's already been done, but Sky saying it's very close to being done for Jadon Sancho. That deal very close to, or has been done, but very close to being confirmed officially on Transfer Deadline Day. If you want to keep in touch with that, you can do so all across the platforms, across where we are tonight live, and we'll bring you any news on that before we finish tonight, right about 11:30 this evening, 11:20 this evening UK time, as we bring you all of the Transfer Deadline Day moves, as we try and bring you more breaking news stories as and when we can bring it in. There's some news coming out of Arsenal for Raheem Sterling, and this is coming from Sky Sports News chief reporter Kaveh Solokol, and the man that can tell us all about this news is our Arsenal correspondent Paul James.
Well, with Reece Nelson's move to Ipswich on a season-long loan, this does open this up to being now an almost a certainty. Raheem Sterling's move from Chelsea to Arsenal is now very close. Sterling's representatives and lawyers are involved in talks to ensure the winner completes his move to the Emirates before 11 p.m. This is getting very real now, is this move for Sterling, and this is a fantastic move if this is finally finished by 11.
Thank you very much there, Paul. So that would be a fantastic piece of business for Arsenal if that deal for Raheem Sterling gets over the line in the end. If not, it would be a very disappointing end to the transfer window for Arsenal, as they've been looking to try and get this one done for the past 2 hours. So if that deal doesn't get done by 11 o'clock and the deal sheet hasn't gone in, then the deal could well prove that it could be a disastrous end to the transfer window for Arsenal That's just my opinion anyway. Some people may disagree with me, some people may agree with me. That's fine, that's football. But we'll keep you up to date with all of the transfer deadline day moves on this Friday evening for you, as we keep you up to date on transfer deadline day this evening, and we'll be keeping you updated. And the looks like there could be an announcement at Leeds United. Bekal Beluski, who's a football agent, is at Ellen Road right now. The lights are still on the pitch where Leeds will be playing Hull City tomorrow. That deal looks like it could be getting done very, very soon. Wonder who that player will be for Leeds United coming in. Will it be the defender Isaac Schmidt at the end there, or will it be another player alongside Isaac Schmidt? And that's why Isaac Schmidt has not been done there. And we can keep you bang up to date, keep you bang up to date all the way through the transfer deadline day. And it'd be interesting to see what happens between now and the end of this news. And I can tell you, Leeds fans, stand by your beds. Leeds fans, if you're watching this, I'm going to repeat it twice. Don't go to bed just yet. There's still work to be done at Elland Road. The deal for Isaac Schmidt is very, very close to being done and should be announced shortly. Don't go to bed just yet, Leeds fans, as we keep you updated. Then we can bring you some news from West Bromwich Albion, which regards a defender from Everton, Paul James, and he can bring us that breaking news there, Paul.
Yeah, Sheffield Wednesday were interested in this as well, but he is expected to join West Brom on a season-long loan.
Mason Allgate there, expected to join West Bromwich Albion on a season-long loan deal from Everton. Sheffield Wednesday, also of the Championship, were also interested in signing the defender this afternoon. Late interest from Sheffield Wednesday. It looks as though West Bromwich Albion, who came in around about 5 o'clock for Mason Allgate, looks like they have won the race, with Sheffield United trying to hijack that move at 7 o'clock onwards this evening as we came on air. I was receiving news on that, but we waited to get a bit more information on that and whether it be a loan with an obligation to buy or whether it's a straightforward loan. It looks like it's going to be a straightforward loan from Mason Allgate to West Bromwich Albion. And Paul, with you saying to me about Isaac Schmidt won't sign, I'm hoping that the deal to take Raheem Sterling to Arsenal falls through at the last minute.
You're a very bitter man, aren't you, Ross?
Paul, he's not that bitter. He just likes cold banter like we like to have there.
I don't know whether that deal with is going to go through or not. It's looking very real right now. So we'll wait and see. But we all know football, it's pretty unpredictable. We all know that these things can collapse at the 11th hour.
We do just look at Dan James, but he looks as though Leeds United fans, I was right to say don't go to bed just yet, because Leeds United have just tweeted out in the last few minutes this image here. If I just quickly load this up here for you right now, Leeds United fans, and bring you this bit of news here. It looks like Isaac Schmidt is a Leeds United player this evening. I was right to say don't go to bed just yet. This is breaking news, I'm going to save this photo that Leeds United have just tweeted out right now, right here, right now. I'm not going to tweet out. I'm going to open up this photo. This has come from Leeds United right now in the last few moments. If I just fetch this image here, this has come from Leeds United. As you can see there, that is the image that Leeds United have tweeted out this evening. If I just take off the 2 bits of lines there and take off the background image for a moment in time, that is the image that Leeds United have tweeted there, with Isaac Schmidt expected to be that player there coming into the deadline day signings there. So there is the latest bit of transfer news from Leeds United. It looks like Isaac Schmidt will be the next man over the line for Daniel Farke's Leeds United side, and we'll bring you that news of that confirmation once Leeds United officially announce that deal. So that's just the breaking news that Leeds United set to announce the signing of Isaac Schmidt, the left back from St Gallen, who played yesterday. So there is the breaking news there. We have got a bit of rumours coming out of Turf Moor to tell you about, and let's bring that news. It's Paul James for us, Paul.
Right, so I don't know how much of this is truth, but what I will say, the source is reasonable. And that is that the deal involving Zion Fleming is off. Apparently Millwall are asking for a little bit too much. Now, that is not confirmed, but that is... it's from a reasonable source that usually gets it right. I'll say that.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. It looks as though Isaac Schmidt will be the next man through the door for Leeds United on transfer deadline day, as the Swissman comes in and be a Swiss army knife through butter for Leeds as they try and get this deal over the line before 11 o'clock, which it looks like they have done this evening. So that could be the next man in to Ellen Road for Leeds United. We'll wait and see if that deal is looks like that deal will be confirmed very, very soon for Leeds United. Isaac Schmidt will be the player to be coming in to Ellen Road next on transfer deadline day, and we'll keep you up to date with that news, and we'll bring you the press release from Leeds United once that deal gets over the line and confirmed. And Chelsea are very, very close now to agreeing a deal for Jadon Sancho from Manchester United. And you may remember we brought you the news regarding Nayef Aguerd earlier on from Real Sociedad for West Ham United. West Ham's defender Nayef Aguerd will move to the La Liga side on a season-long loan, with all parties confident of beating the deadline, as Real Sociedad are finalising the deal to sign the defender from West Ham United. There. Bit of breaking news as well regarding Ivan Toney, and we're wondering why the delay is for Ivan Toney. As far as the club and player are concerned, everything is in place for his £40 million switch to go through. The Saudi Pro League closes on Monday, so that confirmation can come anytime in the next 3 days, but with the deal effectively done. Whereas it's not signed yet. This morning, everyone at Sky Sports News, the majority of the outlets were reporting everyone was waiting essentially for Victor Osimhen and Al Alil, and here we are with less than 1 hour to deadline, and everyone is still waiting for them. So we'll have to wait and see on that deal there. So it'll be interesting to see what latest news comes out from that one this evening as well. We'll keep you bang up to date with the news from the clubs up and down the country as Leeds United will look to try and finalise that Isaac Schmidt deal, which looks like it will be done right now. We're waiting to get the official confirmation, which will probably come around about 10:30 this evening, I would say, from Leeds United. So with that in mind, let's just take a quick break. But when we return, we're back with some more Transfer Deadline Day streams. Well, not streams, Transfer Deadline Day show. Right here on the Contrib. welcome back to the Transfer Deadline Day stream. I'm Russ and I'm with you right through to the 11 o'clock deadline, and Leeds United are about to announce another signing on Deadline Day. Will we get that confirmation in a minute right now? And we've just got confirmation that Mason Gold will get to West. Everything is to go from Alex Crook, even though we broke it a few minutes before Alex Crook and those at TalkSport this evening. So that news just in there. Be interested to see if the Leeds deal for Isaac Schmidt gets announced very, very shortly. That looks like that will be done in a second or two for Isaac Schmidt. Will that deal get done in a second right now? Be interesting to see when that deal gets officially signed and announced by Leeds United. I would imagine it'll be announced in just any moment now from the club. Ao Tanaka has tweeted a photo of him who joined Leeds earlier, and Leeds United have now just confirmed the transfer of St. Gallen defender Isaac Schmidt. A 4-year deal is the final business of the summer transfer window. The versatile defender joins from St. Gallen in his native Switzerland. That deal is done. 4-year contract for Leeds United, and that deal has just been officially confirmed by the Whites in the last few moments. We'll bring you the thoughts what he says on the club's official website once the official news gets done. We have got some breaking news regarding Victor Osimhen, which can bring you in just a moment here. St. Gallen has signed a 4-year deal as Isaac Schmidt. He will wear the number 33 shirt at Elland Road this season, as he's just completed a deal to sign for Leeds United. It is £2.5 million with probably with add-ons. That deal is done, and that is the final piece of the transfer window for Leeds United this window. So very happy with the business that Leeds United have done. We'll bring you the news on that very, very shortly, and the confirmation of that news in a few moments from the Leeds United website with the official club statement. But this has been the news regarding Victor Osimhen of Chelsea, and Chelsea failed to agree personal terms with Victor Osimhen. But in a crazy twist in the next 30 minutes, the deal appears off. Osimhen set to stay in Napoli, although the Saudi Pro League window remains open until September the 2nd. There, we have got a bit of breaking news coming out of Molineux, and the man to bring us that news is Paul James.
Yes, Wolves have completed the signing of Brazilian Andre from Fluminense. The 23-year-old midfielder arrives. There is nothing in terms of the cost involved in that, but that has been completed, and that's very exciting for Wolverhampton Wanderers fans. Signing of midfielder Andre.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. Isaac Schmidt is the player who Leeds United have confirmed. Now that deal has been done and will be announced on the club's official website very, very soon, I can tell you. So that deal will be, if it's been done, official announcement. We'll read you what the club have said in just a moment or two, as Isaac Schmidt says yes to Leeds United and joins the Whites this evening. We can give you some of the quotes that has been said by the club on if from the Yorkshire Evening Post, the local media. So this is what's been the club statement confirmed the deal with that, and that will be there no further incoming or outgoing business in the final half hour of the window. Leeds entered the final 8 days with a desire to add 4 players to Daniel Farke's ranks. Smith completes the quartet and in a fifth defensive position dwindled away as the last day of the window progressed. A statement read from Leeds United. Leeds United are delighted to announce the signing of Isaac Schmidt from Swiss Super League side St. Gallen. The 24-year-old joins the club in a permanent deal with a 4-year contract until the summer of 2028, offering versatility to Daniel Farke's side with his ability to play a number of positions, primarily a full-back. Schmidt can operate on either side of the pitch in defensive areas as well as further forward. A late signing has received international recognition early in his career, as well as having been capped twice for Switzerland under-20s with matches coming against Portugal and England. Everyone at Leeds United would like to welcome Isaac to Ellen Road, where we now wear the number 33 shirts. The club's second sign-off transfer deadline day, 9th of overall the summer, is arrival concludes incomings and outgoings at Ellen Road. Leeds will count it as a win that they managed to keep all of Willie Nonto despite interest and bids from Everton this summer. The club remain confident in the final week. Who knows lose any further key players? Only question mark lingered over Joe Gellert, who might have been permitted to seek a loan exit. At least brought in another forward. They fell short for Gus Aim, as I mentioned. And Leeds say they did not return to negotiating table side reports of a Casper's Yoel Perot bid. There was interesting Roland Shalai of SC Freiburg, landing and translate to an agreement with the Bundesliga club for the Hungarian international. Leeds could hand debuts to new signings Roger Ramazani, Manu Solomon, and Ao Tanaka on Saturday, with Osity rival Schmidt. Arrival was too late and could be registered in time to play. Well, that is the latest information from Leeds United's Isaac Schmidt. Is a Leeds United player. There is a bit of breaking news there from Leeds United and a bit of news there. And look, I've already mentioned Marcus Arness has joined Derby County as well. I mentioned him while I was waiting to get the confirmation from Isaac Schmidt's move to Leeds United, official confirmation from the club. I waited to get that news from there, and that's when I broke news of Marcus Arness as well. But there is another bit of transfer news. Thank you for getting in touch there, Luke, as well. Hopefully you're doing well this evening as we keep your bank up to date on the close of the transfer window then, as Isaac Schmidt is a Leeds United player after he signed a 4-year deal from Swiss Super League side St. Gallen. This evening we'll keep your bank up to date with any other transfer news as and when we can bring you that bit of news this evening as we keep you up to date on this transfer deadline day special this evening. And we've got some breaking news, so we can bring you the breaking news part of the show back up on our screen. This one comes from Lyon, Olympic Lyonnais. And what can Paul James tell us about the news coming out of Olympic Lyonnais?
Yeah, they've actually signed Wilfried Zaha. Olympic Lyonnais is joined on a loan from Galatasaray. Former Crystal Palace player Wilfried Zaha joins Olympic Lyonnais. Arsenal, further to this, have just noted here, very close to the Sterling deal, but they may need a deal sheet to get this one done.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. So there's the bits of breaking news with regards to Olympic Lyonnais, and then a little bit of news regarding Arsenal as well. Quick question while we've got you here, Luke, as I know you'll be tuning in. Have Nottingham Forest managed to get the deals over the line yet from where you were in at your end? Listening in any confirmation of this end here, but have you managed to get that over the line? While waiting for Luke to respond to that question, I can bring you some breaking news from Wolverhampton Wanderers, and they have completed the signing of midfielder Andre, the 23-year-old Brazilian international, arrives from Fluminense. That deal has been confirmed. There, as that deal is now officially done. There, as we can bring you up to date. With regards to Nottingham Forest, looks they're still waiting for 2 deals. That seems to be it, though, as far as he is hearing. Thank you very much there, Luke. He is the Nottingham Forest news, as we can bring you up to date with that, as we can bring you up to date on the transfer deadline day streams, as we can bring you up to date with that one. There we're going to hopefully try and get another person to join us for the final few moments of the transfer window in a moment or two. I wonder if we can manage to get him in for the final 20 minutes or so of the transfer deadline day news, as we look to bring you updates to try and see his thoughts on 2 of his teams in the end, as we will keep you bang up to date with the transfer bit news there, as we can keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening on transfer deadline day. We're getting some news out of Chelsea right now, and the man who can tell us all about that one.
Yes, Chelsea are resigned to not signing Victor Osimhen this summer. The Blues have made a final offer to the Napoli striker this evening, but are still awaiting a response. With 20 minutes to go now until the window closes, Osimhen is now not expected to move to Stamford Bridge.
Thank you very much there, Paul James, and we're delighted to bring in a friend of the channel and a friend of mine, Rai Songley. Rai, very good evening to you. How are you doing, my friend? You all good?
Yeah, not bad. Thanks. How are you, Russ?
I'm good, mate. Thank you. And Rai, Plymouth and Middlesbrough making some deals late on transfer deadline day. First of all, we'll touch on Plymouth. What have you made to Plymouth's transfer window as an whole first, Ryan, on the deals that you've done this transfer window?
Yeah, we've made some good transfer window signings. We've also brought in some good players like Michael Obafemi and Ibrahim Sissoko. Obviously on loan with a view of them signing again for the next season. There's no obligation to buy because obviously they're 2 quality players that are going to be pushing to be in the Premier League or maybe even in the French League with Sissoko. But other than that, I think there's going to be some other good outgoings and all that.
Yeah, when you look at some of the players you fetched in, right, which one has surprised you the most to say you weren't expecting that player to come into the club this window, would you say?
Well, there's definitely 2 players. Ibrahim Sissoko, obviously I knew what he was like at French side Toulouse, playing in Europa League. Yeah, he only played 11 times for them last season during an injury hit season. Hopefully he can hit the ground running. Yeah, he got Argo their first goal of the season when we scored against QPR. Well, it weren't him that scored against QPR, but when we drew with 1-1, I can't even think who it was against now, in our last home game. And Obafemi, he's been in the Premier League with Southampton, been in and around the Championship with Swansea, Burnley. Obviously, he was in the Premier League with Burnley until last season when he got loaned out to Millwall. And Obafemi has been an outstanding. He's shown why he should be pushing for a starting spot.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you just come to us on the news on Middlesbrough now, give us your thoughts on Middlesbrough's transfer windows and all, and any business that you've done today as well, please.
Yeah, we signed a youngster from Liverpool. I can't remember who he's called. It's just I've not looked really into it because it's not. I've been on another stream, but I think it's a good signing for him. Hopefully, he can push on. We have sent a few players out on loan as well tonight, Sonny Finch and Matt. So I think everyone's done a fair bit of business for Borough, and I think it's going to be great for them.
Yeah, and looking at one of the players he signed tonight, Ben Doak came in from Middlesbrough. Do you think it's coming to Middlesbrough from Liverpool? Do you think that could be a decent move for the youngster to get some first-team football under Michael Carrick?
Yeah, I think he can, and hopefully he can learn from one of the best English midfielders in England.
Yes, we'll come back to you on Middlesbrough in just a moment. But we have just received some breaking news coming out of Arsenal this evening, and the man to tell us all about that will be the Arsenal correspondent, Paul James.
Yes, just had a flash up from the Arsenal app today, just now, saying that Eddie Nketiah has joined Crystal Palace. And I believe, yeah, it is on Sky News as well. Crystal Palace have completed the signing of Eddie Nketiah. The striker arrived from Arsenal for a fee of up to 30 million, which the Gunners retain a significant sell-on clause as well. Well, that's the information that Eddie Nketiah has joined Crystal Palace, making the move for Raheem Sterling all the more likely.
Yes, thank you very much there, Paul, as that news broke just. They'll keep you bang up to date. Davis Kelly-Dunn has joined Barnsley from Mansfield. That news has just happened as well. And Nottingham Forest have announced the signing of defender Murato from Benfica. The Brazilian has joined for 50 million and signed a 5-year deal at the City Ground. So that news has just broken in the last few minutes this evening. We'll just fetch right back in for just a moment or two. And right, just a quick question with you on the back on with Middlesbrough at the moment. If I were to ask you, out of the signings that you made, and well, Middlesbrough have made this, so was there any of those that surprised you at all?
Not really. I mean, Middlesbrough are pushing to get in the Premier League for the first time since the 2016-17 season, so they're trying to get back in. It's been hard for them. I mean, it'd be great to get back into the Premier League, but I'd rather us concentrate on fighting to stay in the Championship, because we didn't have the best of starts last season, and we're not really having the best of starts this season either.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you lost 5-0 in the Carabao Cup to Stoke, and not done very, very well so far in the league. Maybe these fresh signings could do you some world of good, right, to help you get over and start kickstarting this season potentially. And not only have Middlesbrough had a good start, neither have Plymouth as well. What What would you put those bad starts down to, Ryan? Starting off with Plymouth first of all, please.
The reasons that teams that have low budgets don't have a great start to the season is because they bring in new players and they've got a gel, and people say, oh, they can gel in pre-season, but that's not a competitive fixture. So gelling in an actual fixture, it is sometimes hard, and especially when you're bringing in players that are from abroad, like Argo have. I mean, most of our players this season that we brought in have come from foreign teams, which who expected my little Argo to sign like the likes of Ibrahim Sissoko, Michael Obafemi, Mohamed Tijani, and tonight we signed Rami Al-Haj from Sweden. It's just like we were linked with Michael Beidou as well. Obviously, that's gone off the radar, but I mean, I'm just really happy with our business.
Yeah, if you look at the Middlesbrough signings now, right? Was you surprised by any of those that came in really, or was none of those really surprising for you that the players came in? And one question I want to ask you as well, right? With regards to Luke Ayling, was you surprised that move was made permanent as well?
Oh, I was like, as soon as Luke Ayling signed for Borough on loan in January, I was instantly happy for that. And when it got made permanent, I was just like, well, I've seen him play at Bristol City. Seen him play for Yeovil, because obviously we've been in the lower league. Plymouth have been in the lower league, so I know what he's been like when he was at Yeovil. And I mean, he's a quality player. I mean, for his age, yeah, 32 is not the best for a right back, but the thing is, he can also play centre back as well. So if he needed to play centre back, I think he would fit in well.
Yes, absolutely right. Absolutely. We'll bring you. Thank you for your contribution tonight. We're going to be finishing off in around about. We're going to finish off at about 11 tonight. So what I'll probably do right is fetch you back in at the start, just after 11 o'clock, after the windows closed, and ask you for who you think's done the best business in the Premier League with the players that have come in this window. So we'll come back to you shortly. But before we come back to Ryan, we have some breaking news regarding Raheem Sterling. And Paul can bring us up to date on that one, as he's been keeping us up to date on the Raheem Sterling news for the majority of the evening.
Yes, he has arrived at the Arsenal training ground now. The Chelsea winger is hoping to complete a loan move to the Gunners after being left out of Enzo Maresca's first team plans. So obviously there's hope there for him that he's going to complete that loan deal. With 8 minutes to go, I suggest he'll probably need to submit a deal sheet, maybe, unless they've already prearranged everything and he just needs to put his signature on it. But we'll see. But it's close to getting done.
Raheem Sterling then, close to being an Arsenal player. Will that get done in time for the 11 o'clock deadline announcement, or will they have to submit a deal sheet? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be on air till 20 past 11 this evening. I can tell you that with Raheem Sterling, a bit more news on that Raheem Sterling news here for you, Paul, which can bring to you as well. He's about to undergo his medical ahead of his proposed transfer from Chelsea to Arsenal. And while he's doing his medical, Chelsea, Arsenal, and the players' representatives are working to finalise the season-long loan deal for the 29-year-old England international winger. So while he's having his medical, the two clubs and Sterling's representatives are working on the side of the signing part of the contracts to get the deal done in plenty of time for the transfer window. So it'd be interesting to see if that gets done. West Brom have officially announced the signing now of Mason Allgate from Everton on loan for the 2024-25 season. Celtic have agreed a deal to sign Dundee captain Luke McCowan for £1 million. Dundee have signed attacking midfielder Osuluwan Arume on loan from Burnley until January. That deal has just gone through there. Just receiving some news. We have got 5 minutes and 11 seconds left on transfer deadline day. I can tell you right now, Paul, a bit more breaking news on the Raheem Sterling news. Medical tests are currently being ongoing at Arsenal while the clubs, as I've just mentioned, while the clubs are working on the transfer, on the document side of things. Ready, so as soon as that medical's done, you can just put pen to paper on the deal, Raheem Sterling, for that to be done. So I think a deal sheet will have gone into the Premier League and the FA to say this deal's been done, just having his medical after we've agreed everything right to the last minute. So I think that one can get over the line in time for you this evening. And not just only for you, Paul, but also for the Arsenal fans out there as well in this, especially when our very own Mike Orneman as well. We have got less than 5 minutes now for the deal to be completed and for the transfer window to be shut. We have got, in a few seconds, I can tell you right now, we have got in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4 minutes left on transfer deadline day. Will we see a deal get done? In the end there. So that's the breaking news in the last few moments as we keep you bang up to date with the latest news on transfer deadline day this evening, as we keep you bang up to date on transfer deadline day this evening in the show this evening, as we can keep you bang up to date with everything that is happening this evening. As we can keep you up to date. We are getting some more news just in, and we're getting some breaking news from Celtic and from Parkhead. And the man to tell us all about that one is our man.
Well,
Paul, over to you.
Thank you. This is very exciting for Celtic fans. They have signed Arnie Engels from Augsburg for £11 million. The 20-year-old midfielder has signed a 4-year deal with the Scottish champions, and this is a big deal for Celtic and a big deal for their fans. That's great news for them. He joins from Augsburg for £11 million.
Yes, thank you very much there, Paul. James, as we bring you the transfer deadline day right up until the closing windows, as we bring you the games coming up on the commentary up 2, focus on football, and my personal Twitch channel tomorrow lunchtime will bring you Arsenal in action against Brighton and Hove Albion from 11:30 in the morning. Then we can bring you some breaking news. Then we're getting some news in from Rye as well, who says Ben Waine has signed for Mansfield Town this evening as well. So thank you very much there. And we have got some breaking news. And this is coming out of Ipswich Town and Fulham and Arsenal. And it involves Reece Nelson. But first, before we give you the news on Reece Nelson, Ipswich is set to fail in their bid to Nemanja Broja, meaning that they will end frustrating deadline day with no new signings. However, on Reece Nelson's move for potential move to Ipswich Town, I can let Paul James has got the news to tell us there, which could have big implications for Fulham as well.
Yes, this is massive. Ipswich move for Reece Nelson is off after the Arsenal winger had a change of heart. Fulham have now submitted a deal sheet, meaning they have until 1 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time to complete a deal for the 24-year-old. As mentioned before by Russ, the Armando Broja deal is off, and this could leave. This has left Ipswich now with a deadline day with no new signings, and that could affect their season in a big way.
Thank you very much there, Paul. And we can tell you right now that the transfer window is now officially closed. 11 o'clock has come and the window is closed. But that doesn't mean the news stops here. The news will continue and will keep you bang up to
Got
date.
some more breaking news for you, Ross.
And we have got some more breaking news coming into us right now. And Paul James can tell us all on that breaking news story. Paul, over to you.
A sniper move by Real Betis. They agree a deal for Spurs Lo Celso. The Argentinian international is expected to travel to Spain on Saturday, right at the 11th hour there. Literally, Real Betis agree a deal for Spurs' Lo Celso, and Rangers, by the way, have just signed again right at the 11th hour. Bahrami from Sassuolo, Nadim Bahrami from Sassuolo in Italy. So bang, bing, bang, bang, bang. And Luke has just advised us as well that the James Ward-Prowse deal has been done and just about completed in time.
Thank you very much there, Luke, as well. We'll wait for the official confirmation from Nottingham Forest there on that deal, as we will wait for that. Raheem Sterling, will his deal be done in time for the paperwork and everything to be finalised? We'll wait and see on that one. Or will that deal fall through in the end there? We'll have to wait and see that one there. We can keep you up to date. Now, the James Ward-Prowse deal is apparently out right now. Let me just quickly go and double check that one there on the Nottingham Forest Twitter account right now. We'll give you the what Nottingham Forest have just said on their official Twitter account for the James Ward-Prowse deal. So this is breaking news as we speak right now, and I can tell you this is the tweet that Nottingham Forest have just tweeted to announce the signing of James Ward-Prowse. But we are delighted to announce the loan signing of James Ward-Prowse. This is what they're going to say on the article for the transfer, as he's pictured in a Nottingham Forest jersey, signing his contract there. This is what he is at. This is what they've had to say. The midfielder joins on a loan deal until the end of the 24-25 season, and they're delighted to announce signing from West Ham. It's been outstanding dead ball deliveries and passing range. Ward-Prowse arrives without experience, having made over 381 appearances in the Premier League 29-year-old made 37 top flight appearances for West Ham last season, registering 7 goals and 7 assists, displaying a further 4 assists in the Europa League. The move to London came last summer on the back of an impressive individual campaign for Southampton, where he scored 9 goals and added 4 assists despite Southampton's relegation from the Premier League. Ward-Prowse said, "I'm glad to be here. When I knew I had the opportunity to come to the club and come and show what I can do, I thought it was a fantastic opportunity. I've been playing Nottingham Forest a few times. The atmosphere here is one of the best I've played in the Premier League. So to now be able to experience it week in, week out is something really special." The Forest Chief Footballing Officer, Ross Wilson, added, "We are thrilled to welcome James Ward-Prowse to Nottingham Forest this evening. Everyone is familiar with James, his talent, and in the Premier League along with his strong leadership and personality qualities. He is someone I've known for a very long time, and as soon as the opportunity came to bring James here, arose Nuno and our ownership moved quickly. We're confident to make an immediate impact both on and off the pitch, and we look forward to joining up with the squad." So there is the news there in the end. We have got some breaking news from Middlesbrough, and the person to tell us all about that one, Right, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so George Edmondson has signed on loan for the Middlesbrough from Ipswich Town on a season-long loan. Obviously, it's just been announced just after 11 o'clock, but it's obviously been confirmed and the deal sheet was done to get him in.
Thank you very much there, Ryan. We'll be back with you very, very shortly indeed as well, as we can keep you bang up to date with the transfer news in the end of the transfer window, and we can bring you up to date with all the deadline day moves, and we'll keep you up to date till we come off air at around about 11:20. So in less than 15 minutes time, we will be off the air this evening, bringing you the updates from all of today's transfer deadline day moves in the end. And it'll be interesting to see what happens there, whether that deal does get done in time, as we keep you bang up to date with everything that's happening in the deal today. So big breaking news there from Middlesbrough in the last few minutes as well, to keep you up to date with there. I'm going to keep you across, going to come across to Paul James, and I just want to ask you a quick question here, Paul, and this is a question which I think is going to be a good question to ask you as well. With regards to Arsenal's transfer window now, with Sterling being in, Nelson potentially going out to Fulham instead of Ipswich, and Nketiah gone as well, and the other players that you've signed this transfer window, what rating would you give that window now? Sterling looks like he's going to be part of that Arsenal setup come the remainder of the season.
If Sterling joins, a 9. I'd give it 9 out of 10 if Sterling joins.
Say if Sterling deal doesn't get done, what would you give it then, Paul? And can you give us a reason for both of those as well, please?
I'd probably give it a 7 because we really, really needed a striker. We really needed more goal scoring. And Sterling delivers goal scoring and creativity. So I would drop it down to a 7 if that deal doesn't go through. Obviously, the opposite is in effect. If it does go through, it's a 9. We've got everything that we need. Positions covered. Neto joining to cover Ramsdale's exit. Nketiah and Nelson going, which means the Sterling deal would assist in covering that. So it would be all in all, if they get Sterling, I would say Arsenal's probably done the best out of the Premier League teams.
Thank you very much there, Paul James. And I'm going to come to you now, first of all, on Plymouth Argyle, since that's your main club. would you like to give us your rating for Plymouth's transfer window and the reason why you're going to give it that rating as well, please?
Yeah, so I would give it a 7.5 out of 10. And it's because obviously we signed a lot of foreign players, and so that they've never played in the English league, so it's not going to be easy for them. So that's why I give it a 7.5, because they are quality players. Some of them, I mean, Obafemi and Nathaniel Ogbeta have all played in the English leagues, but it's like the likes of Sissoko, Tajani, Sissoko, like I said, Tajani, Raji, the new signing that we made today. They haven't played in the Prem or in the Championship or even any of the English leagues. So it's going to take them a while to gel in and do well, but it's still a great transfer window because they're quality players. They've been quality players for their clubs that they've been at.
And if you look at the Middlesbrough transfer window, right, obviously signed Luke Ayling, some other good players coming in there like Micah Hamilton from Manchester City as well. What would you give Middlesbrough's rating and reason as to why for that one as well? And if you wouldn't mind, please.
Signing Luke Ayling was probably our biggest signing that we wanted because we needed more defenders, and with the likes of Delphi was going to be moving on or whatever, and with his injury as well. So I'm so glad we got him over the line. But the rating, I'd probably give it a solid 7 because it's like they've not gone for Premier League players, and they've gone for players that are young as well, young and hungry, which is also good for the Championship because it gives them a boost of confidence to play in the English league.
Yes, absolutely right. Thank you very much for your contributions towards the end of the show. Then we're going to be finished off by rounding up some of today's biggest news as well. Wolves have just announced their winger Junquinho has joined Mallorca on loan for the duration of the 24-25 season, the 24 Euro second successive loan after a successful spell, should I say, on Falcao in the Premier League, lasting for a short stint at Stoke City as well. Just to give you the news, Fulham are trying to hash out a deal to sign Arsenal winger Reece Nelson on loan after his proposed move to Ipswich Town fell through at the 11th hour. And Victor Osimhen is not expected, as Paul mentioned a few moments ago, expected to join Chelsea now. And we have got some breaking news. Al Hilal have announced the signing of Ivan Toney from Brentford. The breaking news story now is Al Hilal have announced the signing of Ivan Toney. That deal has just been announced right now. Ivan Toney has left the Premier League and gone to Saudi Arabia. Ivan Toney there in Everton have just submitted a deal sheet to sign Ormanya Broya from Chelsea. Everton have agreed a loan plus 30 million buy option. Ipswich out of the race after Ipswich refused to accept Chelsea's terms in light of the spell of the 22-year-old spending set to spend out injured. That news has just broke in the last few minutes there. But Ivan Toney has officially joined Al Hilal from Brentford. That deal has just been announced in the last few minutes. there. So Ivan Toney deal is now a done deal, and he will no longer be in the Premier League. So Ivan Toney, an English striker, moving on from the Premier League out to Saudi Arabia again, and Al Hilal is Hilal has completed a move to signed for Al Hilal from Brentford. 40 million. That deal has now officially been confirmed, which has just come through on Sky Sports in the last couple of moments right now. So Ivan Toney is left Brentford, and that deal is a done deal, and it's at the stage of here we go, as Mr. Romano says, or there we land, as we like to say as well. Some breaking news as well, and Chelsea have submitted a deal sheet in bid to sign Jadon Sancho, meaning they have till 1 a.m. to complete the deal for the Manchester United forward. So that deal could get done there as well. And I would imagine Arsenal will have done the same to complete the signing of Raheem Sterling as well. Paul, I just want to say thank you very much for joining me on this show today, not just from 7 o'clock, not just for the last hour, but from 7 till 9 as well. Thank you very much, Paul, for joining us on this Deadline Day show once again, as always, like you normally do every single year, if you are available to do so.
No problem.
And also, as well, I just want to say a big thank you to you as well, Ryan, for coming on for the last 20 minutes or so to give your thoughts on the transfer deadline day moves for Middlesbrough, and also the window as well for Middlesbrough, and of course Plymouth Argyle as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Russ and Paul, for having me.
No problem, Ryan. We'll hopefully have you on next window as well on transfer deadline day as well, when we do another transfer deadline day show in January or February time, depending when that window slams shut. So the deals can be done right up until 1 a.m. if the deal sheets have gone in. Stay tuned to the local media where you're from, and also check out TV channels, radio stations out there to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. We have been the Commentary Up 2, JB Sports, Storm FM, Focus on Football, and my personal Twitch channel as well. Thank you very, very much for listening to our coverage tonight. We've been on for over 4 hours right now. So what we're going to do, we're going to leave you right now. We're going to say thank you very much for listening. What I'm going to hit up the overlay to finish off with. Leave the window is closed going across the bottom, and say a very big thank you to you all for tuning in. On behalf of myself, Paul, and the rest of the team here at the Commentary over this afternoon, this morning, or this evening, depending where you are around the world listening to us, thank you very much. We'll see you very soon, and we're going to bid you farewell as we say thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you soon on more coverage here on the Commentary Hub. Back live in the morning for live Premier League action, alternative coverage as Arsenal take on Brighton. Can the Gunners gun down the Seagulls, or will the Seagulls continue to soar in this early round of the Premier League action? More of the team here. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you again soon. Take care. Goodbye for now.